Chapter 1281. The 9 great emperors had disappeared, but the boundless heavenly tribulation and lightning were still there. They rumbled above and shook the boundless starry sky. Yi Fan stood under the sky and calmed his mind. He then ascended into the sky once more. He knew that the heavenly punishment hadn't ended and that there were still dangers waiting for him to overcome. A desolate aura assaulted him. It was as if he had arrived at the end of the primordial universe and witnessed a divine battle from the primeval times. Golden spears, armored horses, and shouts of war shook the heavens. Yi Fan was in the middle of a vast battlefield. It was as if he had arrived before the primeval times. A magnificent army galloped forward, vast and majestic. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals appeared, and there were also numerous ancient watchtowers and enormous palaces towering amidst the chaotic lightning. The Primeval Celestial Court. These words immediately appeared in his mind. His mind trembled violently as if he had truly returned to that era. Countless humanoid lightning bolts rushed over. Were they the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Primeval times? Was this the legendary era? In the distance, there were primal chaos deities that could shatter the sun, moon, and stars with their roars. There were true golden crows that moved unhindered above the 9 heavens, fighting continuously in the heavens. The magnificent scrolls and immortal poems were the true portrayal of the battlefield before him. It was incomparable. Ancient people roared and supreme beings roared furiously. The great battle caused the starry river to collapse. There were numerous grand palaces and towering and majestic heavenly watchtowers. They were majestic as they sat in the sky. Immortal mist was hazy and chaotic energy curled about. The ancient buildings were vast and boundless. Countless people were fighting in front of these heavenly palaces. Everything was formed from lightning and was filled with the aura of the legendary era. Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were heavenly soldiers and generals everywhere. This was an incomparable great battle. Yi Fan dragged his exhausted and injured body as he was swept inside to carry out the final campaign. A vermilion bird danced across the 9 heavens, spreading its wings and collapsing the starry river. A soaring serpent pierced through the sky and swept past, causing stars to fall. This was a terrifying scene of destruction. Yi Fan was within it, but he didn't retreat. He pressed forward courageously and slaughtered his way forward. His battle blood was boiling, and he was invincible. He had participated in the great battle in front of the ancient heaven, bathing in the blood of countless people, stepping over countless corpses to find his own path of Tao attainment. The human-shaped lightning, the palace-shaped lightning, all of these were vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. In fact, the sight of an ancient sage's head shattering with a single punch was just as vivid. Yi Fan pondered. Were these all existences that had once appeared in the world? Were they recorded by the world in the form of Tao marks? Were they trying to reveal something to the future generations? He fought his way through, searching for his own path. His heart was filled with the belief that he was unrivaled. He soared into the heavens and dove into the earth, moving unhindered for hundreds of thousands of li. He was the sole ruler, slaughtering his way through the boundless wilderness, unable to find any enemies. This was an intense and tragic battle. He charged through thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses. Yi Fan had just become a saint, but he had already experienced such a great tribulation. This was a great benefit to him in terms of stabilizing his realm. After ascending, he had undergone a precious consolidation. He didn't know how many days and nights had passed. Yi Fan slaughtered until he was completely exhausted. Corpses were everywhere beneath his feet. He charged into the deepest part of the ancient heaven alone. Endless fallen leaves fluttered about, one after another. They were all dyed with blood, carrying a chill and even more a type of desolation. This was the bleak scene outside the central heavenly palace. There wasn't a single soldier standing guard, only deathly stillness and tranquility. There was even more the eternal sorrow of a glorious desolation. Tribulation ashes covered the ground, accumulating into a thick layer. Even though they were all formed from lightning, they seemed so real. It was as if no one had stepped inside for millions of years. Yi Fan's steps were firm as he walked step by step towards the desolate central heavenly palace. He ascended the stairs and entered the spacious palace hall. He was on guard as he looked towards the supreme throne at the center. His heart was immediately shaken. It wasn't empty. There was a hazy figure there. He was sitting alone, as if he had endured the loneliness of the ages. He was indistinct and indistinct. The galaxy of the universe revolved around him. There was a type of aura that could swallow the vast universe, a supreme spirit that had existed since ancient times. Venerable Emperor, Yi Fan stopped. He dragged his injured body and stood in the central heavenly palace, confronting that dim figure. In the central heavenly palace, in this hall, was there going to be an incomparable battle that shocked past and present? Yi Fan made his preparations. If this was a venerable emperor, then he would definitely be extremely powerful. His strength was unimaginable. Otherwise, how could he control the ancient heaven? Yi Fan was going to face another great test of life and death. Yi Fan's expression was calm, his heart calm. He had an unrivaled belief in himself. He had an aura that could swallow everything. No matter who he faced, he could face them calmly. So what if it really was a venerable emperor? He could fight against him. Yi Fan was fearless. He was independent. This was a type of unshakable, invincible will. He dragged his injured body forward, thinking that he would fight with a venerable sovereign. However, the hazy light dissipated, and no strong cultivators appeared. The venerable emperor from the ancient times dispersed with the wind. He was completely blurry and dim. Has he never appeared here before? Yi Fan said to himself, carrying a bit of frustration, disappointment, and even more regret. What did I see foretell? Did a strand of the venerable emperor's incomplete will guard the last celestial court alone? In the end, he was annihilated in the eternal sorrow. I saw it, but I don't know anything. Boom. Suddenly, an ancient cauldron flew out. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. It was the carrier of the way, suppressing the past, present, and future. As soon as it appeared, it rushed toward the myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head. It collided violently. At the same time, it sprinkled down rays of celestial light, attacking him. It's it, the green cauldron. This is it, in the state when it had just become a divine tool. Yi Fan looked at it in shock. The 2 cauldrons collided. The star field collapsed. Some planets were directly shattered. Wherever it swept through, everything was destroyed. In this world of interweaving lightning, even the green cauldron was imitated and appeared. It was truly world-shocking. The 2 cauldrons continuously collided, fighting an intense battle. After a day and night passed, Yi Fan dragged his exhausted body. An ancient cauldron rose and fell above his head as he charged through the ancient heaven. At this moment, all types of irregular scenes appeared, cutting through this part of the universe. Unfortunately, apart from Longma, there was no one else who witnessed it. These were some of the most terrifying astronomical phenomena since ancient times. What 9-star pearl, 10 suns rising, and others? These were all simple irregular scenes. Primal chaos deities roared, star fields destroyed, and other things were too many to count. The chaos peng shook, sweeping through the 3,000 realms, its ferocity overflowing into the heavens. It's over. Yi Fan climbed to the peak, sitting in front of the sea of primal chaos. He threw the cauldron inside, quietly watching it rise and fall. Immediately, all types of thunder sounded. Primal chaos energy shot in all directions. Kung Chong sounds rang out, sweeping towards this cauldron. At the same time, it poured into Yi Fan's body. In the end, the cauldron was refined with chaotic flames, making the patterns on its surface become even more complex and ever-changing. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were going to break through the walls. The deity that was born in the cauldron was chanting the ancient scriptures from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, making this cauldron become more and more solid, simple, and majestic. It was as if it was facing a clear sea of stars in the cosmos. In the end, everything scattered. Only Yi Fan stood alone under the starry sky. A cauldron rose and fell above his head, releasing hundreds of millions of strands of starlight and source energy, making him look indistinct and unreal. Yi Fan's tribulation this time took a long time. 40% of immortals became saints, 10 years of expeditions, 10 years of bloody battles, and 10 years of suppression. Today, he broke through to the 3rd level of saints in one go, breaking through 3 levels in succession. If someone was here, they would definitely be petrified. Saints consumed a great deal of energy with every step they took. It was difficult for them to advance even an inch no matter how many years passed. Yet now, there was someone who broke through 3 levels as soon as he became a saint. The lightning vanished. Many of the planets in this star region exploded. Only now did everything calm down. Starlight cascaded down, illuminating the entire area. Yi Fan let out a long roar. A sky-covering silver waterfall cascaded down. Boundless starlight cascaded down, condensing towards him, baptizing his body and replenishing his energy consumption. After becoming a saint, one could travel alone in the cosmos and absorb the energy of the void. Yi Fan's entire body was glowing with radiance. He had the power of the astral river, the moonlight, and other divine energies of the universe. After an entire day and night, he finally stopped. His body flowed with a sparkling luster and his black hair fell like a waterfall. Many divine gates in his body were opened and filled with saint energy. In the center of his brows, a tiny golden figure stepped out. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron instantly shrank and was carried by the tiny golden figure. After that, it flew into his immortal platform and vanished in front of his frontal bone. Everything was perfect. Yi Fan's every movement contained boundless energy. At this moment, he could pluck the stars and capture the moon. This wasn't an illusion, he truly had such power. He had successfully entered the ranks of saints. From now on, he had a qualitative leap. In the distance, Longma's heavenly tribulation had already vanished. However, its transformation hadn't ended and was still ongoing. This caused Yi Fan to feel rather astonished. There was a huge sacred cocoon formed from all sorts of divine chains of order. Other than that, there were also strands of Tao transformation energy entangling there. Longma was wrapped up in the cocoon like a few moons. It revolved around the great star that was constantly intertwining with Tao transformation energy, emitting boundless saint energy. A horse actually learned how to spin a cocoon like a silkworm. This caused people to feel that it was unimaginable. Yi Fan had already become a saint. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. Within them, there were the orbits of stars revolving around him and the scenes of star regions being destroyed. They were profound and unfathomable as he stared at the cocoon. He knew that Longma had obtained a great fortune that was rarely seen since ancient times. That great star that had transformed into Tao had intertwined with countless divine chains of order and laws. They wrapped around Longma and allowed it to be reborn. After becoming a saint, its power would be unfathomable. Hong. After a few more days, the large cocoon exploded. Longma's entire body was covered in flames. Sacred flames surged and danced about. The horse galloped through the starry sky, emitting terrifying sounds akin to landslides and tsunamis. "I've broken through. Ow, woof, roar." It was unknown whether it was a horse, a dragon, or a wolf. All sorts of howls and howls rang out continuously to express the excitement in its heart. "I've broken through 2 levels in succession. This is rarely seen since ancient times. Who can contend against me?" Longma roared. After becoming a saint, its natural disposition was difficult to change, and its frivolous nature was completely revealed. However, after seeing Yi Fan, it was immediately stunned. It couldn't help but cry out, "Is there any justice in this world? This one almost transformed into the Tao and narrowly escaped death to obtain the Tao fruit I have today. I'm actually 1 level lower than you. Let's go back." Yi Fan rose into the air and sat on its back. He held a black golden spear in his hand and shattered the cosmos with a single strike. He entered the archaic Daoist rite. In front of the plaza of the human race's second sacred city, the 12 doors opened one after another. Ku Tutuo, Mu Guanghan, Tuoba Yu, Uyemo, Yu Xian, and the others came out one after another. As for Di Tian's subordinates, the 6 ancient saints all stood coldly in the distance, watching the exit. They had already come out in advance and were quietly waiting here. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Jiu Ling, urged the silver sacred wolf to step through the sky and gallop out. Following him was a large group of cultivators who returned to the ancient city one after another. Among them, a young man with a sinister gaze followed a few old men behind him. They all gazed into the distance as if they were waiting for something. The young man in the middle was precisely Yang Kaifeng. He had used the death substitution technique to escape the calamity in the archaic Daoist rite. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Yi Wuhuan, urged the sacred beast Azure dragon to arrive in an instant. He spoke to Yang Kaifeng in a low voice with similarly cold eyes. An hour later, the 12 doors closed, and no one came in or out. Everyone was startled. Yi Fan actually didn't come out. His performance spoke for itself. Could it be that someone as powerful as him had fallen inside? The time has come. Close the Dao Rite, Commander Yuhan ordered. There is still a seeded contestant named Yi Fan who hasn't come out. Logically, he shouldn't have fallen inside. Commander should use the Dao mirror to shine immortal light to see if he has fallen or not before making a decision, an old man said. He was an expert under the guide. There's no need. Commander Yu's expression was cold. This, according to the rules, we need to use the Dao realm to check before we can close the exit. Otherwise, if someone doesn't die and is locked in the Dao Rite, the consequences will be unthinkable. If the sacred beast king awakens, those who can't leave in time will most likely die. Close the dojo. Commander Yuhan coldly gave the order. The 12 doors closed with a rumble, sealing the world behind them in nothingness. Dead. In the end, you're dead. If you can't survive, you're nothing. Guan Cheng laughed coldly. His Dao heart had stabilized. With a kind of indifference, he faced the 12 doors and coldly said, "The winner takes all. If you die here, when the Dao Rite opens again next year, you'll be nothing more than a pile of dung." "What are you saying?" Rui Wei glared at him. "I'm only speaking the cruel truth." Guan Cheng coldly replied. Hong. Suddenly, a world-shattering sound rang out. One of the doors collapsed. A man and a mount jumped with divine flames, charging over like a war god, shaking the heavens. What? He came out. Everyone was shocked. That man and mount were surrounded by divine light. They were as brilliant as the sun, blazing like immortal flames. Rumbling sounds rang out as they stepped through the doors, directly charging out. Their divine might was matchless. Yi Fan held a black spear in one hand, galloping over. He was like an immortal king descending into the lower realm, shocking everyone. This was especially the case for Guan Cheng, who was right in front of him. When he saw this scene, he was even more alarmed. Just now, he was still mocking, but now, he saw the main character slaughter his way out. His heart was filled with unwillingness, subconsciously raising the bronze dagger axe forward. This was a type of hostility, a type of unwillingness. It was completely an instinctive action. Such a peerless great emperor hadn't died and had come out in such a domineering manner. This left him hateful and helpless. When Yi Fan saw this scene, his spear pierced over. Longma's hooves thundered, shaking everyone's minds. Clang! The bronze dagger axe shattered. Yi Fan rushed over, divine light shooting out in tens of thousands of streaks. Guan Cheng cried out loudly, unable to block at all. He was pierced through by the spear, dripping with blood. He was lifted up by Yi Fan single-handedly, suspending him in midair. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. It was just too fast. From the moment Guan Cheng revealed his hostility and subconsciously attacked, to when Yi Fan's spear pierced out, everything happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. A peerless spear. Yi Fan flicked his hand, throwing the spear out. It drew out a terrifying trajectory, flying along with Guan Cheng. With a zheng sound, it landed in front of the great commander Yuhan. Blood splattered in all directions. The black spear trembled, nailing Guan Cheng to the ground. Blood splashed out, landing on the great commander's feet. The scene was deathly silent. Chapter 1282. The entire place was deathly silent. The spearpoint was dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight as it stabbed into the bluestone ground. The thick and ice-cold spear shaft gently trembled, nailing Guan Cheng into a pool of blood. Blood flowed along the spear shaft. This scene made everyone feel a chill run down their backs. A wave of coldness rushed from the soles of their feet to their skulls. Blood splashed high into the air, dyeing the bluestone ground red. It even landed on the great commander's clothes, bright red and dazzling. What did this signify? Everyone shivered inwardly. The entire plaza was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. No one said anything. Everyone looked towards Yi Fan. What did he want to do? This was a type of powerful provocation. The ice-cold spear stabbed into the ground beside the great commander. It was less than 2 feet long and almost pierced through him. At this moment, the black spear shaft was still trembling, cold and dazzling. The bloody scene made everyone shiver. They felt as if they were experiencing it themselves. A wave of coldness spread through their bodies. This was a stunning spear, but it was also a bloody spear. This was a powerful intimidation. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone feel like they were suffocating. Yi Fan stood on his horse, not moving at all. It was just a single strike, yet he killed an extraordinary trial taker. This made everyone shiver in fear. The scene was deathly silent. Guan Cheng was nailed into a pool of blood, not moving at all. Blood flowed everywhere. Audacious. You dare behave atrociously in the human race's holy city and offend the great commander? Finally, an old soldier shouted, breaking the silence. Only now did everyone recover. They all began to discuss among themselves. Yi Fan was too powerful and incisive. He had just appeared, yet he already did such a thing. Blood splashed over the great commander of the human race's holy city, displaying his martial prowess. This was truly daring. Several old soldiers walked up, holding bronze spears or long swords. They pointed at Yi Fan, revealing biting cold killing intent. Wang. The black spear stabbed into the ground trembled, releasing dazzling light. It left the ground inch by inch, pulling itself out on its own. It left Guan Cheng's body on the ground, blood gushing out. No matter where you come from, no matter what kind of identity you have, using force in the human race's holy city is against the city's rules. It is the same as becoming enemies with all the experts on the human race's ancient road of trials. A soldier shouted. Puff. Suddenly, a bloody light flew up. That black spear was like a black dragon. With a swing, it pierced through that person's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere. His rebelling, killing people in the city, refusing to obey the restrictions of the starry sky ancient path. He will be viewed as a traitor of the human race. Everyone, attack together and kill him in front of everyone. Everyone will be rewarded. The leader of the soldiers under the great commander shouted. His voice was stern, his voice ringing through half of the ancient city. He placed a huge hat on Yi Fan, saying that his intentions were worthy of death. If such a crime was confirmed, they would be attacked by all the forces in the ancient city. As the commander of the army beside Yu Han, he was naturally not a pushover. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted, "Take him down." Hum. The void collapsed. The black spear shook, collapsing the space in all directions. It swept out, shattering the bronze swords of a row of soldiers, and then it hacked at this captain. Yi Fan's weapon changed automatically. Although it was a long spear, at this time, it was like a heavenly sword. The spear tip was sharp and cold, and the blood grooves on it flowed with a terrifying dark red luster. It emitted strange whistling sounds, as if a demon was crying. You dare to resist and become the enemy of the entire human race, this captain roared, his expression ferocious. He called for everyone to charge forward, but his words came to an abrupt halt. The black spear slashed out a blinding bolt of lightning, cutting him in half. The spear point slashed down from his forehead, and a bloody crack extended all the way to his legs. Then, with a puff, blood sprayed out several feet. The two halves of his body were separated, and his corpse lay on the ground. The others were splashed with blood, and they all felt a bone-chilling killing intent. They all stopped at the same time. Yi Fan, what do you want to do? Great Commander Yu Han shouted. Yi Fan sat upright on the back of his horse, not moving at all. Only when the several restless soldiers had been eliminated did he coldly say, "What do I want to do?" Didn't you see it for yourself? I am eliminating the scum of the human race for this city. The moment I arrived, he immediately put on the label of being the common enemy of the human race. Does he think he is the law, the emperor, the Tao? What are you saying? The group of soldiers behind him roared, all of them surging with killing intent. They stood beside Great Commander Yu Han, quietly waiting for his orders. All of them had unkind expressions. Yi Fan made the first move. The ice-cold spear transformed into a black dragon that danced in the air like lightning. Puff-puff sounds rang out incessantly as it pierced through the soldiers who had just stepped out, causing them to fall into a pool of blood. Even though these people were very strong, and they also tried to counterattack, their weapons were all shattered. Every one of them had their bodies pierced by the spear, dying a violent death. Stop. Do you really want to become the enemy of the entire human race on the starry ancient road? Great Commander Yu Han coldly asked. He was actually able to keep his composure and did not attack. How can killing scum of the human race be considered as becoming the enemy of the entire starry ancient road? Yi Fan coldly said. With a wave of his hand, the black spear flew back into his hand. He immediately held it horizontally, which was even more intimidating. They are the soldiers of the city, yet they were killed by you for no reason. The envoy will not tolerate you and will personally suppress and kill you, the great commander shouted. His voice was like a bolt of lightning, arcing across the sky and rushing in the direction of the city lord manor. Obviously, he wanted to alarm the envoy and have him come out to preside over the situation. He himself could not see through Yi Fan's depth, so he did not want to act on the spot. Are they even worthy of being called the soldiers of the human race's holy city? Yi Fan sneered coldly. His face was filled with mockery, and there was even a wave of undisguised killing intent. A soldier righteously shouted, "You unscrupulously killed people in the city, thinking that your achievements are world-shocking. You need to know that there are many experts in the world, and there will be people who will suppress you. Moreover, you have no right to slander us." Did you hear that? Great Commander Yu Han coldly said. Are you worthy of being called soldiers? You dare to say that you have no right? Yi Fan pointed his spear forward. Wherever the spear pointed, the expressions of these people changed. I was just about to ask Great Commander for guidance. Yi Fan's voice became cold. I was comprehending the Tao in the archaic Daoist rite, so why was I surrounded and attacked by more than 10 soldiers? As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers' expressions changed. The other trial takers were also shocked. To think that something like this actually happened. They were even more certain that Yi Fan was going to cause a huge ruckus. I don't understand. Who are these soldiers you speak of? Why did they enter the Daoist rite? Could it be that they were transformed from the demonic beasts? Great Commander Yu Han calmly said. I also don't understand. Why are the soldiers not protecting the ancient city, but entering the Daoist rite to kill us trial takers? Yi Fan's expression was cold. Then, he shouted loudly, I don't understand. Why are these people who surrounded me all standing behind you? His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire ancient city. The rumbling sound caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This was a type of Tao shout. Yi Fan was questioning the Great Commander. The Great Commander waved his hand and said, I think you are mistaken. These are all my soldiers and they have never left. They protect the holy city of the human race and have worked hard. Each of them is worthy of respect. They are all heroes of the human race. Why would they go to the Daoist rite to kill you? Please don't pour dirty water on them. When he said these words, he was full of righteousness and was filled with a kind of majesty. His words resonated with the great Tao and rumbled out. Yi Fan laughed in disdain. This kind of majesty was too cheap. It was so fake that it could no longer be described as vile. It made people feel the shamelessness of the great commander. What are you laughing at? The holy city of the human race won't tolerate your impudence, Great Commander Yu Han said. However, he still didn't plan on personally taking action. In front of him, more than 10 soldiers were facing a great enemy. They all held their weapons and looked at Yi Fan. They were all prepared to fight to the death. Of course, stalling for time was the best choice. If the guide envoy arrived, the deterrence would be even greater. That old monster had cultivated for so many years. His strength should be extraordinary and no one in the city could match him. Ha ha! Yi Fan laughed without the slightest scruple. From the great commander's point of view, this was truly incomparably arrogant. He was mocking them in front of everyone. Your righteousness really makes people fall down from a distance of 10 jong. Fine, I will kill them one by one in front of you and give you a chance to spread your righteousness, shouted Yi Fan. Longma roared and turned into a streak of fiery light. He was inconceivably fast. A streak of scarlet multicolored lightning rushed over. He stabbed forward with his spear in one hand. Chong! It was only a single spear, but more than 10 weapons were all shattered. With a pu sound, a person's chest was pierced through. He was lifted into the air and fixed there. Then, with a peng sound, this soldier's body split into pieces. Scarlet blood splashed out in all directions. Some of the blood landed in front of the great commander. Everyone's expressions changed. It was only a single spear, but it destroyed everyone's weapons and killed one person at the same time. Great Commander Yu Han's expression changed. He could naturally tell that Yi Fan was doing this on purpose. He wanted to kill his subordinates one by one in front of him for him to see. It was the same as slapping his mouth in front of everyone. Kai! Yi Fan blasted this person apart. A strand of divine will appeared at the tip of the spear. The scene of this soldier taking action in the archaic Tao rite instantly reappeared, revealing the truth. Pu. Yi Fan's spear stabbed out a second time. No matter how these people resisted or dodged, it was still unavoidable. A second person's forehead was pierced through and he was killed in midair. His body was dripping with blood and couldn't move at all. At the same time, a strand of divine will flew out. It also replayed the scene of him taking action in the archaic Tao rite and displayed it in front of everyone. Great Commander Yu Han's face was ashen. With a chong sound, a sacred banner rose up behind him. Its might was vast and mighty, swallowing the heavens and earth as it fluttered about. Yi Fan was taking evidence in front of everyone. This was an undisguised humiliation. The ugly side of the so-called protector of the land was exposed, making it hard for him to say anything. Meanwhile, these soldiers' faces were all deathly pale. Yi Fan's strength exceeded their expectations. It was just too terrifying. Even though they had more people, they still had no way of controlling him. What else do you have to say? Yi Fan shouted deafeningly. The entire human race's holy city began to shake. Everyone was stupefied. Then, there was an uproar. At this moment, everything indicated that Yi Fan was going to cause a great disturbance in the city and completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Ku Tutuo, Mu Guanghan, Tuoba Yu, Uyemo, Yu Xian, and the others' expressions all changed. Everything that happened today exceeded their expectations. None of them could calm down. The second leader of the 13 Heavenly Wasteland Cavalry's expression was even colder. He didn't say a single word as he stood beside Yang Kaifeng. Fairy Qingsha and her little maid Yu'er were also present. Their expressions were calm and without worry as they quietly watched everything. Chong. The great commander took action. The demonic energy of the great banner in his hand overflowed into the heavens. With a light shake, the entire banner covered the sky and enveloped towards Yi Fan. He shouted, "Evildor, you used a magical technique to deceive everyone. Today, you will be eliminated." Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, "Are you desperate? Today, I will kill all of you." Chapter 1283. The great commander wore a violet gold crown on his head, a pair of dragon shears on his back, and a golden banner in his hand. His entire body was like an ocean, surging and spreading outwards. He pointed at Yi Fan and coldly said, "You used a magical technique to reveal the so-called truth to deceive everyone. This is incomparably despicable. This kind of trick can't be put on the table, and I can immediately break it after capturing you. Do you think everyone in the world can be bullied? It's already so obvious, yet you are still looking for excuses. Trying to cover up something makes it even more obvious. Shameless." Yi Fan berated. For everyone in the city, this was like heavenly thunder shaking the world. As the great commander, He was one of the few people with the greatest authority in the ancient city apart from the envoy. Normally, who dared to go against him? Capture this fiend and restore our innocence. The remaining soldiers shouted. All of them gripped their weapons and surged with blood energy. They wanted to fight to the death. They already had no way out. Only by killing Yi Fan would they have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, it would be impossible for today's matter to end peacefully. For people to live as shamelessly as you all can also be considered a type of realm. Don't you all feel guilty when saying these words? Sure enough, all of you are cruel and unscrupulous, Yi Fan coldly said while pointing the spear in his hand forward. You slandered our innocence, and you relied on your divine abilities to produce a so-called divine will to deceive everyone. Only by killing your true body and observing your primordial spirit can we wash away our grievances. What are you all waiting for? Kill. A group of people slaughtered their way forward. Of course, this time, they didn't dare to face them head-on. They laid down an ancient formation with the great commander at the forefront. Hong. A golden banner unfurled downwards, overflowing with holy might. The banner's surface covered heaven and earth, containing the sun, moon, and stars. It was as if a true universe was pressing down from the sky. This was a golden sacred banner, and the materials used made even the great sage envious. It was refined from the divine sand of the starry river. Back then, the great commander Yu Han wanted to use this type of divine material to exchange for the origin of the Tao. This kind of thing was very difficult to collect. Even though the galaxy was endless, it was unknown how many star fields one had to travel through in order to collect one tael of divine sand. This was something condensed from starlight. The golden holy banners fluttered about. They weren't all made of this material, there were other materials as well. Strand after strand of aura seeped out, weighing down to the point where the entire ancient city looked like it was going to collapse. Yi Fan smiled coldly. He raised one arm and grabbed at the flag with his bare hands. He was not afraid of the overwhelming power of the Star River. All of the holy energy was scattered, rolling back in reverse, rushing into the great banner. That was a vast star domain, a boundless world. Inside, all types of auspicious energy surged, multicolored light released in tens of thousands of streaks, as if they were flying immortal radiance, dazzling to the point where one couldn't open their eyes. Void shackles, the commander shouted. Inside the great banner was a starry world. This was originally forged from the divine sand of the starry river, so it naturally produced this type of wondrous effect, forming a world of its own. It wanted to imprison Yi Fan within the banner. However, no matter how many divine abilities there were and how many Tao methods there were, Yi Fan only released a fist. All of the magical force, endless Tao methods, and other things were useless, continuously destroyed. The so-called shackles could only make the world inside the banner become still, but it couldn't truly lock Yi Fan in place. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon that appeared in this world, valiant and unstoppable. The great commander was shocked. He released a light shout from his mouth, fiercely shaking the great banner. An even more terrifying scene appeared. Hong. On the surface of the golden banner, ancient stars appeared one after another, and then they rushed out, slowly revolving, suppressing Yi Fan below, rumbling with noise. Everyone was horrified. Right at this moment, the ancient stars in the sky were boundless, filling the heavens. They were extremely close, within reach. A wave of boundless might appeared in everyone's hearts, difficult to resist. This was the might of the ancient stars that rushed out from the great golden banner. Catcher. Shattering sounds rang through the air. Yi Fan brandished his fist, smashing apart the ancient stars one after another. They exploded in the void, causing the entire great golden banner to tremble, as if it was about to fall apart. The great commander Yu Han's expression changed. He had previously investigated in detail. Before Yi Fan entered the archaic Tao rite, he was only a half-saint, so how could he be so powerful now? He was sure that no one was crossing tribulation in the Tao rite this time, because he controlled a Tao mirror that was born in this space. He could sense the situation inside, and the other party shouldn't have broken through, yet he was so terrifying right now. An intense collision occurred. The great golden banner flashed with lightning and thunder. Tens of thousands of starry rivers poured down, boundless like a waterfall, vigorous like the 9 heavens of the archaic era, shaking everyone until their blood and chi surged. It was as if this place was about to be submerged. This was a type of heaven and earth phenomenon, one that shocked the mind. However, even like this, the sacred banner was unable to obliterate that great hand. One could clearly see the starry rivers shattering in front of Yi Fan's palm, turning into resplendent starry splendor. With a ripping sound, Yi Fan tore off half of the banner. The phenomena that filled the sky disappeared, and peace was restored. The great commander's face alternated between green and white. He held a broken banner in his hand, yet half of it had been torn off by Yi Fan. This was simply unimaginable. A group of shameless bastards. "I'll send you all on your way one by one," Yi Fan coldly said. His eyes shone with divine light, and in that instant, he activated the army formula. The great banner in the great commander's hand turned upside down, almost injuring himself. Clang, clang, behind the great commander, the soldiers that laid down the ancient killing formation all felt their hearts palpitate. They all hacked down with their weapons, causing clanging sounds to ring through the air. With a pu sound, a miserable cry rang out. One of the soldiers' bronze swords cut off his own head, and his origin spirit was also destroyed. The ancient pagoda above the other person's head fell down, smashing his own bones and tendons, turning him into a bloody paste. Dang! The great bell rumbled. An old soldier had long become a saint. The great bell floating above his head rang out in a drawn-out manner. The sound waves blasted several people in front of him into a bloody mist, killing them all. Yi Fan's killing intent surged, and he almost instantly wiped out these soldiers. Only 2 people survived, and they were forcefully brought away by the great commander. However, they only died a moment too late. Yi Fan lightly shouted and used the Dao shout. The 2 people turned into 2 lumps of mud in the hands of the great commander. Their bones, flesh, and blood melted at the same time. "You're acting viciously in the human race's holy city. Are you not afraid that the enforcers of the ancient path will descend and kill you?" Great Commander Yu Han shouted. "Why weren't you afraid when you sent these soldiers into the Primeval Daoist rite to kill me and plunder the origin of the Dao?" Yi Fan asked. "I ask the envoy to take action and suppress this monster." The great commander shouted loudly. His voice was extremely loud, making the walls of the ancient city tremble with wong-wong sounds. At this moment, everyone was full of shock. Yi Fan killed people on the streets, completely wiping out the dozen or so soldiers protecting the city. He even forced the great commander to this step. However, everyone was also shocked. Things developed to this point, yet the envoy actually didn't show himself. The great commander had no choice but to directly call out and ask for help. Great Commander Yu Han became an ancient saint 2,400 years ago. I never expected that he would fail today. It is rumored that he might have entered the ranks of the 5 immortal saint kings. Could it be that this is false? There were people discussing, all of them emotionally moved. I swear on my honor that what I said is not false. The great commander has almost reached the level of the 5 immortal saint kings. Even if he truly hasn't reached it yet, he still has 1 foot in. Everyone was moved. How powerful was Yi Fan? To be able to fight against a great commander of this cultivation realm and force him back, it was truly terrifying. Murder. The cultivator named Yi Fan has rebelled. Everyone, let's kill him together. I ask the envoy to take action and suppress him. Someone secretly shouted, trying to incite everyone. Yi Fan's cold eyes were like lightning. He suddenly turned around, passing through the wall of people. The endless sun, moon, and stars rose and fell within his eyes. They were deep and boundless, instantly penetrating through everything. 6 figures stood side by side, hidden within the sea of people. However, how could they avoid Yi Fan's spiritual senses? They were precisely Di Tian's 6 subordinates. These 6 weren't humans. They had previously entered the archaic Dao rite to surround and kill Yi Fan, wishing to seize his Dao origin. They were all incomparably arrogant, their words insolent. They believed that he couldn't verify the Dao and should follow at Di Tian's side. Right now, They were taking advantage of the chaos to stir things up. A cold snort sounded, shaking everyone's hearts. The envoy had come out of isolation. With so many people calling out for him, it would be inexcusable if he still didn't appear. However, from his slow movements, it was clear that he was dissatisfied with the great commander and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have watched as more than 10 soldiers were killed. Yi Fan's expression changed. The envoy was powerful after all. He was definitely at the peak of Immortal 5, at the peak of the Saint King, about to enter the ranks of Immortal 6 Great Sage. He was on the same level as Big Dipper's 9 Phoenix King, Chilean Heavenly King, and others. When the envoy arrives, let's see how you act viciously. Great Commander Yu Han said, pretending to be calm. With a swing of his sleeves, he turned around to leave. Did I say you could leave? Yi Fan said. He took a step out, blocking his path. Everyone was shocked. The envoy was about to appear, yet he still dared to act like this. He was truly reckless. A dragon cry sounded. The dragon shears on Great Commander Yu Han's back flew out, turning into an expanse of blazing immortal light. A true dragon and a flood dragon interweaved, cutting towards him murderously. Yi Fan reached out his hand, and with a peng sound, directly grabbed the resplendent Dao shears. He wanted to subdue it, but the deity in the Dao weapon didn't obey. His hands exerted force, and with a catcher sound, this divine artifact was forcibly broken, unable to injure his flesh in the slightest. Everyone was stupefied. Just how terrifying was his physical body to be able to produce such a scene? Then, the space between Yi Fan's brows flashed, and a small cauldron flew out. It quickly enlarged, releasing strand after strand of source energy. The stars moved, arriving above the great commander's head in an instant. He activated the cauldron, not to stop the dragon shears, but to suppress and kill the enemy. He feared that something unexpected would happen, allowing Yu Han to escape. Honglong. The heavens fell and the earth split apart. 10,000 astral Daos flowed down from the myriad chi cauldron, millions and millions of strands of source energy. Inside was a cosmic sea of stars, and there was even a vermilion bird attacking the 3,000 realms, primal chaos deities roaring, and other things. It immediately sucked Yu Han inside. The starry sea within the cauldron surged. With a light tremble, it turned upside down. The mouth of the cauldron rushed downwards, and a clump of tribulation ash drifted down. Great Commander Yu Han actually died, turning into a pile of dust. Even if Great Commander Yu Han didn't become a Saint King, he was close to it, yet he died just like that. Just how powerful is this cultivator named Yi Fan? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Needless to say, from today onwards, everyone knew that among this batch of trial takers in the city, there was most likely no one who could contend against Yi Fan. The myriad chi cauldron flew back. Source energy descended, and 10,000 spirits appeared. Streams of astral Daos protected Yi Fan below. He rose into the air, walking through the void, directly chasing in a certain direction. There were 6 figures there, and all of their expressions changed. They didn't want to be discovered, so they immediately crossed the void. At the same time, Fairy Chingsha appeared, wanting to block Yi Fan's path. Boom! The myriad chi cauldron flew out, smashing forward. The void collapsed, and 2 people were blasted out. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and the descending source energy broke their bones. With a loud cry, they turned into 2 blasts of bloody mist. Chapter 1284. Everyone was alarmed. The power of this cauldron was too great. Just the strands of source chi it released were enough to crush 2 saints. How majestic was this ancient cauldron? This is the source chi of all things. It's an immortal material that even ancient emperors would find difficult to obtain. He actually forged it into a cauldron. It's said that 200,000 years ago, a stunning woman obtained this item but didn't have the time to forge it. Could it have fallen into his hands in the end? The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. On it, there were the sun, moon, stars, birds, beasts, flowers, birds, fish, insects, vermilion birds, ancient people. All kinds of creatures existed, vivid and lifelike. Primal chaos pervaded the air, shocking everyone. Such a cauldron affected everyone's heart, especially the trial takers who walked the ancient path. They were extremely confident in themselves, so they were naturally moved when they saw a Dao weapon that only ancient emperors could possess. But who dared to go forward now? Yi Fan had even killed the commander of the human race's second sacred city. This was a madman who didn't care about anything. No one dared to go forward to snatch the cauldron. In a sense, the illustrious reputation was earned through fighting. Do you want to take action for them? Yi Fan held the dark golden spear in his hand. Above his head floated the source chi cauldron. Tens of thousands of strands of holy radiance surged violently. It wasn't easy for these people to become saints. I don't know why Brother Yi wants to take their lives, so I came to ask, said Fairy Qingsha. Her steps were light and graceful like a fairy. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes contained an indescribable spirituality. They aren't trial takers, nor are they humans, but they entered the primordial Daoist rite to kill me. Is this reason enough? Asked Yi Fan. Everyone gasped. 6 ancient saints entered the rite together, but Yi Fan was able to avoid their attacks. Just this point alone was enough for him to walk proudly on the ancient path. The 6 of them weren't humans. Needless to say, they were definitely let in by the commander Yu Han. The other trial takers felt a lingering fear. If these people targeted them, would they be able to escape? At this moment, everyone was biased towards Yi Fan because the commander had seriously broken the rules. There's actually such a thing. Fairy Qingsha frowned and sighed. Like a fairy, she retreated to the side. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was like ice and jade. Her skin was as white as jade, and her beautiful eyes carried a type of quick-wittedness. Her hair was like silk, and she was beautiful and dazzling. No matter if it was friend or foe, everyone had no choice but to admit that this woman's bearing was extraordinary, ethereal, and otherworldly. She was like an exiled immortal as her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she possessed an indescribable spiritual charm. Many people felt regretful. They thought that Fairy Qingsha, who had been known as the top cultivator 20 years ago, would make a move. They didn't think that there would be no conflict. On the side, the little maid Ling Er's large eyes roamed about. Her eyes were clearly black and white, carrying a crafty radiance. She couldn't guess what was going on. She muttered softly, "How did he become so strong?" Yi Fan scanned his surroundings. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the remaining 4. However, they shouldn't have left the city yet. It would be very troublesome to travel through space. Let's end it here. An aged voice transmitted over. Only at this moment did the people discover that the envoy had appeared. It was a blurry figure that stood coldly on the plaza. Beneath his feet was a bloodstain. The great commander and a dozen or so soldiers were all corpses here. The dripping bloodstains were shocking to the eye. The envoy only appeared at this time, and it clearly indicated some problems. As a peak saint king, the envoy could definitely look down on the entire city. No one would question his prestige. No matter what, his will couldn't be defied. What a pity. After cultivating for so many years, he only had 1 foot in the Saint King realm. In the end, he was blinded by greed, and even after death, he carried a bad name on his back. The envoy sighed softly and scattered a few pure white flowers. A gentle breeze blew past, and the corpses and bloodstains on the ground all disappeared. No one said anything. Yi Fan was the same. He had used his actions to achieve this step. This was already the most intense protest, and there was no need to say anything more. On the ancient starry path, none of the commanders guarding the training grounds are allowed to have selfish motives. Otherwise, there will be law enforcers suppressing and killing them, said the envoy. In the end, he wasn't able to truly endanger everyone. Let's just let him use his death to apologize for his crimes. I wonder if everyone can accept this, said the envoy. Everyone naturally wouldn't bicker over this. In reality, they were going to leave soon. Offending an envoy was unwise, and it would only bring unhappiness to themselves. However, the victim, Yi Fan, didn't want things to end like this. He calmly said, "There are 6 foreign races that actually dared to brazenly enter the archaic Daoist rite to surround and kill me. They are still in the city, so I ask the envoy to suppress and kill them. The holy city has already been locked down. No one can leave now. After saying this, the envoy disappeared from his original location. It was actually quite abrupt. Many people revealed strange expressions. The envoy's words and actions were quite profound. He didn't personally suppress and kill the foreign races, and instead only said these words. The foreign races entering the human training grounds wasn't a small matter. Even though it was because of Yu Han and he was already dead, how could the 6 foreign races not be punished? It was a bit unjustifiable. However, the envoy also mentioned that the holy city had already been locked down, and no one could leave. This meant that these foreign races couldn't escape. What did this mean? The envoy is a bit apprehensive. A few people quickly came to this conclusion. When everyone spoke softly, they all believed this to be the case. They were all shocked. How could the envoy feel apprehension? What kind of power was this? Yi Fan thought for a bit, and then he suddenly raised his head to look at Fairy Qingsha. Didn't Fairy Qingsha return from the starry sky ancient path ahead and return to this city? Everyone's hearts moved, and they were all shaken. This was indeed the crucial point. Only an outstanding talent like Fairy Qingsha was rewarded with a divine light platform that allowed her to move freely on the ancient path. Weren't these 6 people together with her? Everyone's first impression was the strongest, and they thought that they were together. Now, it seemed like there might be other paths. Sure enough, Fairy Qingsha shook her head and said, "They didn't come together with me." Many people were greatly shaken. There was actually someone who could return freely and bring 6 foreign races into this city. This was a major event, yet no one knew about it. Didn't they return together with Fairy Qingsha? I once saw them appear in your residence, and I thought they were your retainers, the Feather Immortal said mockingly. According to the rules, unless one started all over again, they couldn't reappear in the trial grounds that they had passed before. Those who could freely go back and forth on the starry sky paths were all extraordinary people, and they had to obtain the divine light platform. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Many people had heard of the name Di Tian, and their hearts trembled. They immediately thought of him. Could it be that this person had also returned? If anyone finds traces of those foreign races, tell me. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Yi Fan left on Longma, and before he left behind these words. Everyone knew that he wanted to kill the foreign race experts in the city. This was truly domineering. No matter who the 6 people returned with, he would kill them. Yang Kaifeng revealed a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. He sat upright on the ancient beast and watched him leave into the distance. The second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland, Yi Wuhuan, noticed this expression and said, "I really wonder what kind of person has come to the city. Could it be that the Yi surnamed wants to fight with someone who has the divine light platform?" Yang Kaifeng revealed a mocking expression and said, "There are some people he can't afford to provoke. What is there to be arrogant about? One day, I will kill him and avenge my brothers." The third leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland said with unforgettable hatred. Of the 13 steeds, only Jiyu Ling, Yi Wuhuan, and him were left. The 3 leaders were alive, and the others were all dead. In the distance, Yi Fan suddenly turned around. A large bow was drawn, and a bone arrow emitted pure white holy light. It left the bowstring and let out a terrifying sound like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. Woo! Everyone's expressions changed. No one expected Yi Fan to act like this. He really had no scruples at all. Fat. The third leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland did not dodge the arrow at all. More than 10 defensive artifacts were damaged, and he was still shot dead. Accompanied by a miserable scream, blood splattered everywhere. His entire body exploded, and broken bones and flesh fell everywhere, splashing onto Yang Qifeng's body. "If you want to kill me, then come," Yi Fan said coldly. He then urged Longma to leave, leaving behind a majestic and tall figure. This scene made all the heroes shiver, and their guts trembled. A seed rank expert was shot dead on the streets. Yi Fan was truly domineering to the extreme. Isn't he afraid of being suppressed by the city lord? This time, he really violated the city's rules, someone said in bewilderment. The great commander once sent people to the primordial Daoist rite to kill him. This has long since violated the rules. In this city, the envoys and the others all feel guilty and won't be punished. Someone saw through the essence of the problem. The second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland gritted his teeth. Of the 13, only he and Jiu Ling were left. The others were all killed by Yi Fan's men, and now, he had a disagreement with the great commander Jiu Ling and had temporarily parted ways. Brother Yang, you were once killed by him in the primordial Daoist rite, and you relied on the death substitution art to escape. Are we just going to let it go like this? Asked the second leader Yi Wuhuan. It's fine if he obediently goes on his way, but if he dares to come over recklessly, he'll definitely be courting death. Even the gods won't be able to save him, Yang Kaifeng said coldly. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in his residence and meditated for an entire night, comprehending the various differences after becoming a saint. Only on the second day did he open his eyes, and they were even more resplendent than the first rays of dawn. I found them. I saw those foreign race members. It was that brat Rui Wei who found them. They're actually in Yang Chifeng's clan, and they've just moved in. Early in the morning, the Feather Immortal came. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was lively and energetic, and her appearance was sweet. She blinked her large eyes and ran in to tell him this important news. Rui Wei was at the back, and she forced her way in. Brother Yi, don't go. They clearly have nothing to fear. Even the guide is very apprehensive, which means that their background is great. Don't take the risk. Rui Wei advised. No matter, I'll go take a look. Yi Fan said, not afraid at all. I'll go too. I'll see which blind fool is it and send him on his way with a kick of my hoof. Longma boasted shamelessly. He stood up and struck a pose, looking like a lonely peerless expert. The Feather Immortal wished for the world to be in chaos. She clapped her hands and said while giggling, all right, let's make a big mess today. I'll go with you and see if that arrogant pretty boy who thinks he can definitely prove his Tao has returned. Chapter 1285. Yi Fan immediately held his spear horizontally and arrived in front of the Yang clan's residence. This was an ancient building that had existed since the ancient times. It was grand and majestic. There were ancient trees all around. Their branches were strong like dragons, covering the sky and covering the earth. The lush greenery made this place seem tranquil and otherworldly. Feather Immortal and Rui Wei naturally came as well. They gazed at this grand and ancient residence together. It occupied a large amount of space and looked like a small city. Brother Yi, let's just forget about it. It's not good to continue like this. Even the envoy feels restraining fear. We definitely can't provoke the other party. Rui Wei advised in a soft voice. What are you scared of? On the ancient starry sky path, everything has to be reasonable. If they dare to act recklessly, then we don't have to follow any rules. Feather Immortal glared at him. Yi Fan knew that Feather Immortal's background wasn't small. According to the exiled fairies made Ling there was a peerless hero who was related to him. He wasn't easy to provoke. I just happened to see him when I passed by last night. I might have been mistaken. Rui Wei explained. Mistaken? They clearly let you see him on purpose. They wanted you to tell Brother Yi that this is an undisguised provocation. Feather Immortal's voice was sharp and clear. The bluestones on the road were uneven. After being stepped on for many years, the height of the middle of the road was clearly different. This was the baptism of time. There was a majestic stone chiline in front of the residence. The vermilion gate was wide open, allowing one to see everything inside. A servant saw the three of them stop outside and turned around to walk inside. We definitely can't force our way in. Let's find a place to drink a cup of wine first. Perhaps they will come out in a bit, Rui Wei said. He didn't want to stir up trouble out of fear of causing great trouble. That's fine. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't want to drag the two down. Moreover, he didn't see those foreign races with his own eyes. There were tea houses and wine shops not far away. They found a small stall and sat down. They ordered 3 bowls of spiritual medicine porridge and some flood dragon jerky. The food in the city was all prepared for cultivators. On the ancient starry sky path, there were almost no ordinary foods. If they weren't spiritual medicines, then they would be rare birds and beasts. They all contained rich heaven and earth essence. And now, Yi Fan had shaken up the holy city, even killing the great commander. Many people recognized him, and when they saw him, they all felt reverence. His appearance naturally drew many gazes. Everyone was paying close attention to him, not knowing why he had come here. They could keenly sense that this place would most likely become a place of turmoil. The red sun rose from the east and was already very high up in the sky. There were more and more people on the streets. A few servants stuck their heads out of the main gate of the Yang clan and looked over. Yi Fan stood up. He didn't ride a horse and walked over with large strides. The people in the tea houses and taverns immediately murmured, and many people followed him and stood up. On the street, whether it was the city's natives or the trial takers, all of them made way for Yi Fan. He had established his might in this battle. Someone who dared to kill a city's commander was definitely an overlord that could not be provoked. His fame shook the second holy city of the human race. It was not hard to imagine that if he continued like this, he would most likely leave behind an immortal legend. The people all gave way with reverence in their hearts. Yi Fan directly arrived in front of the Yang clan's residence. In front of him were dozens of white marble steps, appearing dignified and imposing. There were also dozens of beast tying poles. Many people followed behind him, and there was a large empty space in front of the residence. Apart from Yi Fan's group of 3, no one else approached. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to break into the Yang residence? This is the place where the former great commander Yang Yu rests. Even the envoy usually has to give him some face. Could it be that those foreign races are in the Yang residence? Many people revealed strange expressions. This was an important place. Yang Chifeng's ancestor was the former great commander. Although he didn't have much time left and was about to pass away, he was still alive. No one dared to anger him. Who are you people? Why are you standing in front of my Yang residence? A servant stood on the white marble steps and looked down. Unrelated people are not allowed to loiter here. Hearing this, everyone was shaken and even angered. Even if this servant was given a lot of guts, he wouldn't dare to say such words. It was obvious that someone had instructed him to do so. You 3, leave quickly. Don't block the road. The servant pointed. Yu Xian's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth. You are just a servant and you dare to give us pointers. This is the main road in the city and not your Yang clan's land. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant? It was obvious that this servant had received pointers before. He purposely provoked and said, "This is the Yang clan's road. Of course I can speak. Unrelated people, leave immediately. Don't block this road." None of the participants who walked on the ancient road of stars were unrelated people. This could be considered a type of humiliation, especially when it came from a servant. Not only did Yi Fan, Yu Xian, and Rui Wei's expressions change, even the others were resentful. They felt that this was extremely harsh. The Yang clan's way of doing things was too savage. Even if it was done on purpose, it was still bullying others intolerably. Yu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered with cold light. She was about to take action. Right at this time, Yi Fan saw a figure in the courtyard through the opened vermilion gate. It was precisely one of the foreign races that had tried to kill him in the archaic Dao rite. He had a cold smile on his face as he glanced outwards. Yi Fan walked forward with large steps and ascended the white marble steps. He was about to enter the residence. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Halt! Even an unrelated person like you dares to barge into my Yang residence. Hurry up and stop. This servant shouted loudly. The entire street quieted down. After yesterday's battle, who else dared to speak to Yi Fan like this? They all treated him with incomparable reverence. Even the city's #1 guide couldn't act like this. He was just a servant, yet he dared to speak like this. This Yang clan was too domineering, right? No matter what, they were humiliating others too much. Of course, everyone also understood that this was done on purpose. They wanted to provoke Yi Fan into taking action. Right now, the Yang residence was definitely a tiger's den. Yi Fan ascended several dozen steps. His expression was cold as he walked forward. Rui Wei rushed over and grabbed his arm. Why lower yourself to the level of a servant? You can't enter the Yang residence. This is a trap set up to lure you into the trap. Yu Xian also rushed over. She clenched her teeth and said, "Hateful, let me do it." She was as agile as an immortal as she walked over gracefully, heading straight for that servant. Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed her. His steps were majestic as he directly arrived at the top of the stairs. He looked down on this servant, almost making him fall weakly onto the ground. All of you, leave. You are not allowed to cause trouble in the Yang residence. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Pa. Yi Fan slapped out, directly smashing this person into pieces. All kinds of broken bones and flesh splattered everywhere. After so many years, he had even slaughtered saints when he was in the immortal realm, let alone now. No one could stop him. Brother Yi, you have to calm down. Don't be rash. They definitely have a peerless expert overseeing things. They have nothing to fear and are waiting for you to come. Boom. Yi Fan's next action was only one. He held the cold and thick black gold spear in one hand and lifted up the entire majestic gate. With a rumble, it shattered in the sky. He directly pierced through the Yang residence and shattered it. Dust flew everywhere. He used his actions to express his determination to the second sacred city of the human race. Yi Fan stood majestically in front of the Yang residence with his black hair draped over his shoulders. Then, he suddenly turned around and faced the heroes on the street. His eyes shot out two beams of cold lightning. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, we are all experts who have stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. We are all rulers of our own regions and we all have the belief that we are undefeatable. But what have we encountered here? Even a servant dares to be so arrogant and humiliate us trial takers. How can we tolerate this? They did not humiliate me alone, but all the trial takers. Was that just directed at me? It was all of you. Do you still have the heart to be undefeatable? Can you tolerate such humiliation?" His voice was powerful and resonated throughout the entire street as he said. 6 outsiders entered the Primeval Daoist rite and acted in an unbridled manner. They surrounded and killed the participants and broke the rules. Someone intentionally let them in, yet they are still getting away scot-free today. They were not punished, so we need an explanation. Otherwise, who can guarantee that they will not be assassinated the next time they enter the archaic Daoist rite? Look at what the Yang clan has done. They have openly protected the foreign races and destroyed the fairness of the ancient path of the stars. They have broken the laws and broken the rules. Everyone can see what they did just now. They were provoking and humiliating the dignity of the trial takers. This is intolerable. Is there anyone who dares to charge in with me? We will overturn the Yang clan and wash away this humiliation. Yi Fan roared. The black spear in his hand flickered with a cold metallic luster. He pointed it towards the sky and his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. His aura surged like a tsunami. We have been treated unfairly. We were surrounded and killed by the foreign races in the archaic Daoist rite. We need an explanation. Otherwise, more people will break the rules in the future. I believe that if the law enforcers come, they will definitely support us. Today, we need an explanation. Let me be the first to attack. I will charge into the Yang clan and destroy this injustice. Someone has to stand up. Yi Fan shouted. He strode forward and charged into the courtyard. The spear in his hand clanked and sharp rays of light tore through the sky. That's right. We need an explanation. If every archaic Daoist rite is like this, one day we will die without even knowing how we died. We need to seek justice. They let the foreign races into the archaic Daoist rite, but in the end, they did not give an explanation. They even got into the Yang clan's mansion. This is the former commander's mansion. What does this mean? If we don't give an explanation, we can't let this go. Many of the trial takers shouted as they followed. At the end of the day, Grand Commander Yu Han had gone too far. As a Dharma protector, he had secretly harmed a cultivator. This caused everyone to tremble in fear. They feared that something like this would happen again in the future. Right now, they were not doing this for Yi Fan, but for their own safety. They had to support Yi Fan from behind. Even though many people would not attack, they still followed. Even more people were afraid of chaos and shouted. The natives of the city also joined in. There were too many people who were dissatisfied with the Yang clan. They were usually too arrogant and despotic. They had already aroused public indignation. Kill your way in and ask them why the Yang clan is so daring to protect the foreign races and kill trial takers for no reason. I want to ask the Yang clan, who gave you the right to be so arrogant and humiliate us? What do you want? This place was in complete chaos. Not a single person truly took action. Only Yi Fan was at the front, but the people behind him were shouting. Regardless of whether it was booing or inciting, their voices were extremely loud. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan shouted. He immediately saw two foreign race experts. These two had purposely revealed themselves to provoke Yi Fan and force his way in. But they never thought that something like this would happen. A group of people roared and were incited by Yi Fan. They rushed into the courtyard. The two tore open the void and turned to escape. Woo-woo, a strange howl was heard. Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the black spear in his hand. A black light pierced through the sky and with a phut, it pierced through a person. Blood flew everywhere. The spear nailed him in front of a huge palace, dripping with blood. At the same time, Yi Fan drew his bow and shot a white bone arrow. With a phut, the second person was killed. He let out a miserable scream and exploded in the sky. Blood and broken bones rained down. Today, I will demand an explanation from the Yang clan, Yi Fan shouted, his black hair flying in the wind. Let me see who dares to cause trouble in the Yang clan's territory. A dignified voice was heard. Chapter 1286. This one dares to wipe out your Yang clan's important land. A streak of fiery light flickered. Longma's entire body was covered in dazzling scarlet golden scales, as if they were cast from divine gold. Raging flames surged as it stood up. Its two front hooves slammed forward, turning large amounts of ancient buildings into dust. Yi Fan didn't act out, but it expressed its stance first. It took action and wreaked havoc in Yang clan's important land. There were ancient formations protecting this place, but large amounts of buildings were still destroyed. When this old one comes out of isolation, I'll settle things with you all. A dignified voice made the world rumble. Everyone understood that this was definitely Yang clan's old ancestor, Yang Yu. Yang clan, please give us an explanation. Why did you protect the foreign races and allow them to enter the archaic Dao right to kill human trainees? Feather Immortal shouted. Behind her, many people responded and shouted together. This was truly an attempt to force an abdication, stirring up a huge uproar. You started a massacre in the city and already violated the city's rules. You even dared to barge into private residences and offend my Yang clan. This is an unpardonable crime, Yang Kaifeng shouted. His face sunk like water as he stood on top of an enormous palace, overlooking everyone. Compared to your clan, what does it count for? Yang family has gone against the law, colluding with the foreign races, allowing them to enter archaic Dao right and harm the human race's trainees. Their schemes are great, and there are secrets that cannot be revealed. Their crimes deserve to be exterminated, Yi Fan said. His voice was extremely loud, ringing through most of the ancient city. Yang clan has gone against the law and colluded with the foreign races. They conspire against the law and should be exterminated. Many people shouted together, their voices extremely loud. Yang Chifeng's heart jumped. If these crimes were carried out, Yang clan would definitely be uprooted. He shouted, "You speak irresponsibly and slander my clan. Today, I will execute you." At his side, all types of Dao patterns swirled. The four elders brought out an enormous and imposing stone pagoda together. It had a total of 9 floors, and it suppressed towards Yi Fan. This was a terrifying magical artifact refined from top-quality materials. Its power was extremely great as it suppressed towards Yi Fan. This was a type of forbidden artifact. The instant it descended, raging holy light blazed, as if it was going to explode the heavens. Wang. The space between Yi Fan's brows trembled, and a cauldron flew out. The sun, moon, and stars coiled around it, and the source energy poured down like a waterfall, causing the void in all directions to collapse. Crack! The ancient pagoda that was crushing down immediately cracked apart, but it was also quickly burning, about to explode, wishing to seriously injure Yi Fan, Rui Wei, and the others. The myriad energy cauldron's divine might reached the heavens, and it couldn't be compared to the past. It contained the starry sky of the universe within it, and it was like a boundless large world. It instantly swallowed the burning ancient pagoda. Everyone was shocked. A holy artifact was burning in the cauldron, yet it seemed so insignificant, like a blossoming firework, unable to produce any great waves. The myriad chi cauldron flipped over, its mouth facing downwards, and a cloud of tribulation ashes sprinkled out. A powerful forbidden weapon was turned into dust just like that, completely obliterated. Clang clang, all life source energy trembled, suspended in the air, unexpectedly sweeping down 10,000 streaks of primal chaos sword radiance, releasing zheng sounds, shocking everyone. This was an unmatched Dao artifact after all. It had just turned into a holy weapon, yet it was already so stunning. Chaotic energy swirled around it. Strands of radiance scattered down from this weapon, terrifying to the extreme. In the distance, the four elders at Yang Chifeng's side cried out miserably. They were hacked into bloody mists by the chaotic sword energy, their bodies and spirits extinguished. Hong! The enormous palace that was densely covered in ancient holy level formations was flattened by the sword energy. One of Yang Chifeng's arms was hacked off, dripping with blood. He was saved by a grey-clothed elder, avoiding this disaster. You all are too impudent, daring to behave atrociously in my Yang clan's important land. The grey-clothed elder's face was frosty as he roared loudly. Strands of holy energy pervaded the air from his body. There was no need to announce his name. Many people knew that this was the previous great commander Yang Yu. He had retired for many years, but now, his strength was unfathomable. His complexion was rosy, and his hair and beard were all white. His body wasn't withered, and it didn't seem like his lifespan was at its end. There was still a wave of essence energy that didn't match the rumors. His reputation in this city was illustrious, immediately making many people's expressions become sluggish. They temporarily calmed down. He had accumulated prestige for a long time, making people feel fear. Great Commander Yang, I only want to ask you one thing. What is the punishment for harboring a foreign race? Yi Fan stood out and shouted loudly. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the ancient city. That's right. Great Commander Yang, please answer. You are a protector, yet there are foreign races in your residence. They had once surrounded and killed a trial taker. We wish for Great Commander Yang to give us an explanation. The others also shouted. Some people in the residence frowned. They never thought that things would develop to this stage. They originally wanted to lure Yi Fan in and just kill him, but they never thought that he would incite the indignation of the people. We can't kill the people's will. Great Commander, please give us an explanation, Yi Fan said. Do you all know what you are doing? The Great Commander swept his gaze over everyone. When his eyes opened and closed, a pitilessly sharp light could be seen, intimidating people's souls. Great Commander, do you know what you are doing? Yi Fan shouted. The foreign races intruded into the archaic Daoist rite, and it was all Yuhan's doing. What does it have to do with me? There is another reason for them to appear in my residence. You all don't understand, the previous Great Commander Yang Yu said. Then, Great Commander, please explain to us why these foreign races have become your honored guests. Yi Fan pressed forward step by step. That's right. Why are these foreign races murderers still at large and have become Great Commander's honored guests? Please give us a clear explanation. The group of people forced him to abdicate. Now, the crowd was filled with anger. There were many streets in the city, and a large number of people rushed over. They all heard the news and joined in. They shouted together, interrogating the Yang clan. How to deal with these foreign races isn't something you all should meddle in. The people guarding the city will take care of it. However, you all gathered together and caused a ruckus. This is extremely bad. Yang Yu said with a sunken face. Yu Xian said, I want to ask Great Commander, how do you want the people guarding the city to take care of this? Is it someone like you, Han, or is it you? Why didn't I see them being dealt with? Instead, they became your honored guests. In addition, this ruckus wasn't something we wanted. There was a reason for this, or else why did you come here? You are too far away from us and don't know our pain. Impudent. Yang Yu said with a gloomy face, there are some things you can't talk about. This is the enforcer's business and has nothing to do with you all. Hurry and leave. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron on his head and the dark golden long spear in his hand. He took a big step forward and said, then, I want to ask Great Commander, will the enforcer really come from the depths of the ancient path of the stars for this matter? Yang Kaifeng, who was beside the Great Commander, revealed an imperceptible cold smile. It seemed somewhat cruel, but it quickly disappeared. Yi Fan was startled and felt that something wasn't right. Don't worry, the enforcer will take care of this matter. Great Commander Yang Yu said coldly. When will he arrive? Rui Wei asked. Great Commander Yang Yu said loudly, the enforcer has arrived for this matter. He is in my residence. Now, you all should understand why the foreign races appeared here. It is because the enforcer wants to deal with them. Everyone was dumbfounded. The enforcer was a group of people with extremely high status on the ancient path of the stars. They were rarely seen on normal days. Who would have thought that they would actually come to the Yang residence? The scene immediately quieted down. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. A cold light flashed in his eyes and waves of killing intent surged. At this moment, he thought of many things. The Yang clan was indeed vicious and terrifying. They actually prepared such a killing trap for him. There was a law enforcement officer here. If he had barged in alone and killed him silently, it wouldn't have caused any ripples. Even if he died, he would die in vain. If the enforcer made his move, who could say anything? This was promoting righteousness. Yi Fan didn't come in alone. Instead, he brought along all the heroes. A group of people forced the Yang clan to abdicate. This was beyond the Yang clan's expectations. Therefore, the killing trap couldn't be used. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Yang clan couldn't splash dirty water on him. They couldn't pin a big hat on him. The enforcer couldn't act brazenly. It was obvious that the Feather Immortal had quickly figured out the severity of the situation. His face immediately became cold as he said, the Yang clan is so vicious. They colluded with each other, but in the end, they didn't get what they wanted. Where is the enforcer? How are we going to deal with the remaining two? Someone asked. The crowd's restlessness slowly calmed down. They revered the enforcer and didn't dare to push too far. However, they didn't want to retreat just like this. I am here. I will naturally deal with this impartially. The enforcer appeared. His voice was very young and slightly feminine. There was a bit of arrogance in his calm manner. He strolled through the void, step by step. His entire body was covered in silver divine clothes. It was brilliant and dazzling. The helmet even covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. This was divine clothes forged from Deluo silver essence. This was the exclusive divine clothes of the enforcer. It was actually a Saint King level battle armor. The silver light was brilliant and flickered with life. A wave of profound mysteries of the great Tao flowed through it. It was extremely extraordinary. Many people were speechless. The enforcer had already appeared. Who still dared to continue questioning? They were all afraid that they would bring disaster upon themselves and cause trouble on the ancient starry sky path in the future. May I ask how the enforcer will deal with the remaining two? Yi Fan spoke. His tone didn't change, and he didn't cower. At this moment, the two were standing behind the enforcer. They didn't move at all, and there wasn't a trace of expression on their faces. I will bring them along and interrogate them in detail, the enforcer said. His entire body flickered with silver light. The Deluo silver essence forged a complete set of Saint King battle armor. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was almost like a dream. At this point, he slightly paused. His voice was gentle as he said, I was just looking for you. This matter started because of you, So I also want to ask you to go along and cooperate with the investigation. Hualala. A resplendent divine chain made of Deluo silver essence appeared in his hand. It shook forward and actually wanted to lock Yi Fan up. Yi Fan's eyes widened in anger. He didn't expect the enforcer to be so unbridled. The two weren't shackled and were just standing behind him like servants, yet they wanted to capture him. This was truly intolerable. Crack. The sound of heaven collapsing and earth splitting rang out. Silver light exploded. Yi Fan swung his fist and broke the divine chain made of Deluo silver essence that was locking him up inch by inch. Silver splendor scattered in all directions. How dare you? Do you want to defy the law? The enforcer had a cold intent as he spoke in a feminine voice. The light in his eyes was sharp and cold. Yi Fan's black hair stood on end. His eyes were blazing as he shouted, "If the ancient starry sky path is filled with snakes and rats like you, I, Yi Fan, will go against this path. In the future, I will personally shatter this ancient starry sky path." Chapter 1287. How dare you? Shouted the enforcer. The great Luo silver armor on his body was brilliant and dazzling, but his voice was very feminine. This kind of rebuke contained a kind of arrogance and coldness that made people tremble with fear. Yi Fan was furious. He had never been like this before. His eyes were ice-cold, and his black hair danced chaotically. His anger was surging. This was going too far. The alien race that surrounded him was standing behind the enforcer and had freedom. At this moment, a cold smile hung on his face, and he, the victim, was going to be shackled and become a prisoner. How absurd was this? However, it was really going to happen. One didn't need to think to know that if he was shackled like this and sent into the depths of the ancient starry sky path, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. This law enforcer was too brazen, too unbridled. He even dared to do this in front of so many people, even in front of so many people. If there was no one else, what would happen? Impudent Maya *s. The dragon horse roared, causing the entire ancient city to tremble. It really couldn't stand it anymore. This enforcer who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong made people feel suffocated. It wanted to immediately trample him to death. This kind of loud shout was deafening, causing many people's hearts to tremble. This was shedding all pretense of cordiality. He wanted to open the lid and discuss life and death with the enforcer. You guys are extremely daring. Are you questioning this seat's fairness? One threatened to shatter the ancient starry sky path, and the other insulted this seat. This is defying the law. Your crimes cannot be forgiven, and only death awaits you. The enforcer's eyes were sinister. The Saint King battle armor on his body was silver, and even his feet were covered in great Luo silver armor. His helmet covered his face, and only his eyes were exposed. It could be seen that his body was slender and strong. His limbs were well proportioned and powerful, and he was wrapped in divine clothes forged from silver essence. He should have an extraordinary physique. However, his arrogant and feminine voice more or less weakened his imposing manner. What f*** King Fairness? You sanctimonious enforcer with a dark and despicable heart, you don't deserve to act so pretentiously in front of us. Longma roared angrily. It was really angry. It stood up on its hind legs and wanted nothing more than to slap it with its front hooves. The eyes of the law enforcement officer became even colder and the silver light around him became even colder. He stared at Yi Fan and Longma and said coldly, "Do you really want to rebel?" Yi Fan was assessing this person's strength. However, the Deluo silver essence was truly extraordinary. It was actually able to isolate all auras, and the terrifying fluctuations of the Sage King battle robe surged like a tsunami. If all the enforcers on the starry sky ancient path are like you, then I have nothing to be reluctant to part with. I'll leave now. One day, I'll personally bury this ancient path. Yi Fan shouted with his Dao voice, spreading throughout the human race's second holy city. Everyone could hear it, and the sound waves rumbled. The law enforcer also raised his voice and said, "Good, today you have rebelled and become enemies with the entire human race. Everyone on the ancient path of the starry sky has the right to punish you." Yu Xian sneered and said, "Do you think you can represent the entire human race? You are only a law enforcer. Although we have given you a certain amount of authority, when did you become the representative of the entire human race? In all directions, everyone's hearts were filled with sorrow. They didn't know whether they should be angry or sad. A law enforcer represented everyone, and his power and influence were monstrous. Great Commander Yang, what are you still standing there for? Suppress all of these rebels and don't let a single one escape, the law enforcer said coldly. Activate the ancient formation and trap everyone. Don't let a single one escape. Yang Yu shouted. With a rumbling sound, the mist became hazy, and the entire Yang residence was enveloped in a layer of multicolored light. Countless ancient formation patterns were activated, and a group of people were trapped in this place. Yang Yu, you have already left your position and are no longer the great commander of this city. What authority do you have? What right do you have to attack us? Someone shouted from the crowd. Use the formation patterns to suppress these villains. Yang Yu was expressionless as he gave the order to deal with Yi Fan, Rui Wei, and the others. Today, I want to see who dares to attack. Don't force me to start a massacre, Yi Fan said coldly. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron above his head became even more majestic. Kai, streaks of sword chi rushed up from the ground, piercing through the clouds and shattering the dome of heaven. The ancient formation patterns were activated, and they were exceptionally sharp. Weng Long, the myriad chi cauldron trembled slightly, and streaks of mysterious yellow energy fell down. There was even a mist overflowing. It was actually over 10,000 streaks of primal chaos sword chi. They were indestructible, and they suppressed the might of the ancient formation. It was just a cauldron, but it suppressed the entire great formation. At the same time, Yi Fan made his move. His feet used the Xing symbol technique, and he entered the ancient formation as if there was no one there. He began a massacre, and he killed one enemy with each punch. Many of the experts of the Yang clan were not his match. Among them, there were even saints who appeared. In the end, they were all blown up by Yi Fan. Saint blood and lustrous white bone fragments splashed everywhere, and this place was shaken. It was a reign of terror. Kill, shouts of killing shook the heavens. This place was in great turmoil. Yi Fan entered the uninhabited land, and he continuously killed the experts of the Yang clan. Hand over your life. Yang Yu's grey clothes fluttered in the wind as he pounced towards Yi Fan. Tens of thousands of strands of saint power flowed out, and he was like a monarch that ruled the world. Yi Fan coldly faced him. He held a large bow in his hand, and he continuously shot arrows. Those who activated the formation patterns were almost all killed, and clouds of bloody mist erupted. Moreover, there was a black arrow in his mouth, and it stood out from the masses. Seeing Yang Yu pouncing over, he did not hesitate to change his arrow. He pulled the bow into a full moon shape, and he shot it out with exceptional precision. Woo-woo, a strange whistling sound rang out. This black arrow was even more astonishing than a black sun, and its divine might was matchless. In the surroundings, the corpses of gods and devils appeared, and it was terrifying to the heavens. This was an exceptional arrow, and it was the leftover material from Da Yi's divine weapon. In the ancient times, there were 9 similar arrows that were used up by Da Yi to kill the 9 heirs of the Golden Crow Quasi-Emperor. And now, when Yi Fan shot out a black arrow made of the same material, it naturally caused wind and thunder to erupt. It was a magnificent scene, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Yang Yu roared loudly, and his blood chi overflowed into the heavens. He was definitely a top-notch expert of the human race's second sacred city. Holy chi pervaded the surroundings, causing everyone to tremble. However, he was actually unable to evade this arrow. This exceptional arrow was so fast that it made the sun and moon lose their radiance, and the heaven and earth turned upside down. It was as if it had penetrated through the confinement of time. With a pu sound, fresh blood flew high into the air. The black arrow was surrounded by streams of stars, and there was even a large number of corpses of gods and devils as it pierced through Yang Yu's palm. He had no time to evade, so he took out all kinds of weapons and even used his hand to block. That was why this scene occurred. Even more blood blossomed. Yang Yu's palm exploded, and then his entire arm turned into a bloody paste. In the end, it even caused half of his body to crack. What? Even Yang Yu was injured. He had most likely entered the Saint King realm long ago, but he almost died. This shocking scene made many people flabbergasted. Then, a chill ran down their spines. The power of this arrow from Yi Fan was too great. Wang. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Yi Fan used the Xing formula to rush to the front with godly speed. With an indomitable aura, he brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Golden blood qi drowned out the Yang residents. This was close combat. Yi Fan's realm was not as high as Yang Yu's. At this moment, he fully displayed his strong points. He rushed to the front and brandished his exceptionally tyrannical fist, causing the entire heaven and earth to be covered in his golden battle qi. No one could see what happened inside. They only heard a muffled groan and the sound of flesh being torn apart. Immediately after, they saw half of Yang Yu's body being torn apart. He was dripping with fresh blood as he flew out. Yi Fan chased closely, but a forbidden weapon that could kill saints came attacking. It blocked his path, and it was the doing of an elder from the Yang clan. Boom! Yi Fan brandished his golden fist and smashed a silver wheel into pieces. The forbidden weapon turned into ashes and scattered down. Everyone's expressions changed. This kind of physique, this kind of battle prowess, it was simply unheard of. Especially the Yang clan, there wasn't a single person who wasn't scared. Yang Yu had cultivated for many years and finally broke through the shackles half a year ago, becoming a Saint King. Although his realm was not stable, he was still an absolute expert. However, in close combat, he was almost killed by Yi Fan. Emperor Burial Star. Saint Physique. After 100,000 years, it has actually come again. The enforcer cried out in shock. Clearly, he had guessed Yi Fan's physique. His identity was beyond his expectations, causing his heart to tremble. What? He came from the Emperor Burial Star? The star where the ancient emperors left in their later years. Saint Physique. This is an extremely powerful physique. It has been 100,000 years since I stepped on the ancient path of the starry sky. Who would have thought that it would appear again? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were wide open. Where is the city's envoy? Why are you still not showing yourself? Take down this traitor of the human race and kill this madman. The enforcer spoke in a feminine tone. His silver battle clothes flickered, and his entire person became even colder. With a sigh, the envoy appeared. His figure was blurry and hazy, like a shadow, standing tall in the void. The moment he appeared, everyone quieted down. This was a powerful character at the peak of the Saint King realm. He was known as the #1 expert of the human race's second sacred city. This was a type of pressure and deterrence. If he interfered, who would be able to resist? The enforcer opened his mouth and said, "The second city is in chaos, and there are actually traitors of the human race. Envoy, you have an unavoidable responsibility. Why aren't you quickly taking them down?" The moment these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Rumble. Yang Yu's blood qi surged. He recovered his physical body and took action first. He had successfully broken through and became a king among the saints. However, he was almost killed in close combat. This was a type of humiliation. He believed in his own magic power and wanted to avenge this humiliation. He wanted to kill Yi Fan, but the moment he moved, a large hand grabbed him. The envoy had imprisoned him. "Sir Envoy, what are you doing?" Yang Yu was shocked, and the hair on his body stood on end. "Envoy, what are you doing? Why aren't you suppressing the traitors of the human race? Why are you making things difficult for Commander Yang?" The enforcer said gloomily. Not only him, but even the others were shocked. The envoy's body was blurry, and only his eyes were bright. He faced the enforcer and didn't move at all. It was as if he was seriously sensing something. After a long time, he said, "May I ask if you have the divine order of the enforcer?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they were all greatly shocked. The enforcer smiled coldly and said, "Are you questioning my identity? This is a great disrespect to the enforcers." After saying this, the battle clothes on his body became even more resplendent, and silver light shot out in all directions. Chapter 1288. I'm not questioning the enforcer. I'm just taking a look, the envoy said calmly. His avatar was blurry and indistinct. Everyone was startled and puzzled. Was there a problem with the enforcer's identity? This was truly a major event that no one could have imagined. Longma flew into a rage and seethed with anger. Don't give me any excuses or I'll make you wish you were dead. Longma had been suppressing his anger after being criticized like this. If there was a problem with the enforcer's identity, then it would be even more resentful. The enforcer said coldly, "Does anyone dare to pretend to be an enforcer? It's an insult to me to want to use the divine order to verify my identity." He didn't take out the divine order, which made people even more suspicious. Many people began to clamor. "Please show me the divine order." Many people shouted. It was difficult for them to have a good impression of him after the series of events just now. The enforcer shouted, "I'm wearing the Great Luo silver armor. This is the best proof. Only enforcers can have it. Is this not enough proof?" His armor was shining with silver light and many people couldn't look directly at him. After hearing these words, many people became silent. This kind of Saint King level armor was a symbol of identity and status. I have no intention of offending the enforcer, but everything must be done according to the rules. The envoy of the second human city was persistent and unwilling to give in. "Fine, I'll make you sincerely convince." The law enforcer sneered. With a metallic clang, a divine order that radiated silver splendor appeared in the void. It was dazzling, and there was a special type of Tao pattern that was fluctuating. It matched the blood energy that the law enforcer emitted. That's right, this is a divine order from the ancient starry sky path. It belongs to a powerful enforcer and matches his blood energy. There's no mistake. A few elders in the city cried out in surprise. The leaders of some great powers also arrived at the Yang residence. "What else do you have to say?" The enforcer shouted loudly. His eyes were cold as he stared at the envoy. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a real enforcer and not a fake. Many people were speechless. The envoy was silent. This fact made him unable to say anything. "You've already confirmed my identity. Do you have any more questions? If you don't, kill him now." The enforcer pointed at Yi Fan. "We refuse to accept this. What right do you have to suppress Yi Fan? He's clearly a victim, so why did he become a prisoner? That outsider still has his freedom and is standing behind you." Rui Wei shouted angrily. "I've already said that I'll bring him back for investigation. Everything will come to light. It's all because he resisted the law for no reason that things have developed to this stage." The law enforcer sneered. Rui Wei was indignant and said, "What kind of logic is this? Letting the victim put on shackles and go back to cooperate with the investigation, letting the murderer get away with it. You can't tell right from wrong." The envoy spoke, saying, "This matter isn't complicated. I feel like there is no need to bring him away. We can investigate this matter in front of everyone here, giving everyone an explanation. Unfortunately, it's too late. He has already rebelled, threatening to destroy the starry sky ancient path. This is an unpardonable crime." The enforcer shook his head and smiled coldly. "We have to take him away. Such a traitor of the human race needs to be suppressed." The dragon horse flew into a rage and said, "F***CKU, pestering endlessly. Isn't it all because of your recklessness? Don't tell me that you've been enforcing the law like this all along. Just how many people have you forced to rebel? Perhaps there are as many unjust cases as there are clouds. Where's the envoy? Why don't you take him away? I'm deeply worried about the current situation of the second human city. In the future, you will be held accountable." The enforcer spoke in a sinister tone. The envoy shook his head and said, "If I'm held accountable, that's a matter for the future. However, there's no need to muster such a large force right now. Yi Fan's crimes can be clarified in front of everyone. Since you say so, I'll enforce the law in front of everyone. According to the law of the starry sky ancient path, anyone who betrays the human race has the right to be punished. I order you to kill him in front of everyone." The enforcer spoke ruthlessly. Everyone was shocked. The enforcer was determined to eliminate Yi Fan without giving him the slightest chance. He dared to act like this in the second human city. If he was taken away, it would be even worse. That's how it should be. The former commander, Yang Yu, spoke coldly. He had already recovered from his injuries after escaping from the envoy's control. His great-grandson, Yang Kaifeng, also had a sneer on his face. He stood to the side and quietly waited for Yi Fan's head to fall to the ground with a hint of mockery. Behind the enforcer, the two foreign races seemed very calm. However, it wasn't hard to see traces of schadenfreude and the joy of revenge in their eyes. Bullsh *T enforcer. Longma cursed and prepared to make his move. I'm also rebelling. The feather immortal shouted angrily. Her face was frosty, completely different from her usual sweet appearance. I've always had a question in my heart. How did these foreign races enter the second human city? Yi Fan asked the envoy with a solemn expression. They came with the enforcer. The envoy replied calmly. What? The crowd was in an uproar. This one question from Yi Fan made many people stare with wide eyes. *CK me. Longma cursed loudly. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The root of the problem lay here. The 6 foreign race cultivators actually came with the enforcer. Is there still justice in this world? Rui Wei also shouted loudly. No wonder the enforcer would protect the foreign races. Everyone came to a sudden realization. These people were originally brought here by him. They seriously broke the rules and entered the primordial Daoist right to kill human experts. In the end, they weren't punished. The truth was actually here. Many people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. However, they were extremely resentful in their hearts and glared at the enforcer. Longma flew into a rage and said, "The ancient path of the stars is too dark. Are these the people who enforce the law impartially? This seat greets your grandpa. What is the Yang tribe doing? It's also incomparably ugly. They are the accomplices of a villain and framed the human race. How shameless." Rui Wei shouted. The Yang tribe and the enforcer were too vicious. They originally wanted to bring Yi Fan's people into the residence. Wasn't that just casually framing them? The foreign races were actually the enforcer's subordinates. She spoke these words in front of everyone, causing another wave of chaos. Many people were resentful. This was too arrogant, sinister, and despicable. They were framing others. The ones who should have become prisoners were the Yang Manor's esteemed guests, but the victims had to suffer injustice. Impudent! The enforcer shouted loudly. He displayed a dignified aura, wanting to suppress everyone and then escape. He had a bad premonition after being exposed in front of everyone. At this time, a soldier flew over and secretly transmitted a message to the envoy. The envoy suddenly raised his head and said coldly, "I didn't expect young Master Liu Yi to be impersonating your uncle. Even if your identity is illustrious, this is still a great crime." When these words were spoken, everyone was first stupefied. Then, an uproar broke out. There was indeed something wrong with this person. He was the nephew of an enforcer, yet he dared to act so arrogantly and impersonate his uncle. The envoy had long sensed that something was wrong and sent people to verify it the day before yesterday. Now, he received accurate information that this person was the nephew of an enforcer. The crowd was furious. Now, many people rushed forward. This person called Liu Yi was too arrogant and despotic. He was only the nephew of an enforcer, yet he wanted to cover the sky with one hand. "All of you, stop!" Liu Yi shouted. The great Luo silver armor on his body clanked and released resplendent silver radiance. "Stop your mother. You're just a despicable person who relies on family connections to act domineering. Now that you've been exposed, you still want to act like a tyrant. I'll kill you." Longma was the first to rush over. He stood upright and used the Xing formula. He slammed his hoof over, causing the heaven and earth to collapse as he fought against Liu Yi. Clang, clang. It had to be said that Liu Yi's magical power was profound. He was indeed a heaven-gifted talent. His cultivation was extraordinary, especially when he was wearing the great Luo silver armor. He was unstoppable. Even someone as strong as Longma, who became a saint in the ancient star of the Dao transformation realm, was far superior to ordinary saints. Yet, he couldn't take him down in a short period of time. It really is him, Liu Yi. His sworn brothers with the Chilean Saint Envoy under young Master Di Tian, fairy-banished fairy's maid, Ling mumbled. Fairy Qingsha nodded and didn't say anything. The former commander, Yang Yu, shouted, "Stop. Do you know what you're doing? He's the nephew of enforcer Liu Fengju. If you kill him, there will be a great calamity." The cauldron hanging above Yi Fan's head flew out. Every strand of source qi that fell down could collapse the heaven and earth. Now, it transformed into a majestic cauldron mountain that flew up, capable of smashing stars. Dong. This was a loud sound. The divine clothes flickered with resplendent splendor, protecting Liu Yi. However, he still suffered a violent shock. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although the Saint King's battle armor was forged from great luo silver essence and possessed peerless defensive power, the material of Yi Fan's cauldron was even more terrifying. It could shatter a great star if it collided with full force. This kind of power was activated by Yi Fan's golden blood qi and was endlessly magnified. It was truly unstoppable. Only the Saint King's battle armor flickered with splendor. If it was an ordinary saint weapon, it would have long since turned into flying ash. Even so, Liu Yi was still injured. "Fine, you take care of him. This bastard's turtle shell is too sturdy. Its defensive power is unparalleled. I can't break it," Longma shouted. "You're courting death." The former commander, Yang Yu, pounced forward, wanting to save Liu Yi. This was the nephew of an enforcer, so he had to save him. It would be of great benefit to him. However, a large hand reached down and grabbed him as if he was a little chick. The guide envoy made a cold and merciless move to imprison him. Longma turned around and said angrily to Yang Yu, "Old thing from the Yang clan, you want to save him and flatter me? Today, I'll kill your great-great-grandson in front of you. I'll let you see the bloody result." The sound of hooves rang out. Longma charged into the Yang residence and chased after Yang Kaifeng. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Everything went crazy and a rain of blood sprayed everywhere. Yang Kaifeng was no match and soon suffered serious injuries. His chest was crushed by Longma's hoof. Bone dregs flew everywhere as he fled in a sorry state. The former commander Yang Yu shouted loudly, but he couldn't escape the escort's palm. He had no way to stop everything and could only watch helplessly. On the other side, Liu Yi wanted to escape. Now that everything had been exposed, he couldn't care about anything else and only wanted to escape from this city. This person could be considered a heaven-warping genius on the path of cultivation. In the depths of the ancient starry sky path, it was rare to see someone of his age. He could be considered a first-rate character. He fought fiercely against Yi Fan, fighting while retreating. The Deluo silver essence on his body was resplendent, but after being continuously struck by the myriad energy cauldron, he couldn't take it anymore. At this time, he had already spat out a few mouthfuls of essence blood. His complexion was incomparably pale. Clang. Yi Fan wanted to preserve this armor and didn't want to destroy it with the cauldron. He circulated the army formula, and a piece of silver armor on Liu Yi's chest immediately trembled. It emitted a dazzling light and left his body. Fart. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Yi Fan's black hair danced chaotically. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his pupils. He held a black spear in his hand and thrust it into Liu Yi's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was lifted into the air. Chapter 1289. Ah! Liu Yi screamed. The tip of the spear was 1 foot long and glaring. It pierced through Liu Yi's chest and caused him to struggle in pain. Blood splashed out and fell on his body, sticky and warm. Yi Fan's black hair was disheveled. He held the spear with one hand and pointed it at the sky, nailing Liu Yi in midair. Fresh blood flowed along the cold metal spear shaft. It was a ghastly scarlet color. There was a deep and long blood groove on the cold spear tip. Blood was gushing out, carrying a fishy smell as it dyed the thick and long metal spear body red. The law enforcer, who had been high and mighty not long ago, was now pierced by Yi Fan's spear and hung in midair. Fresh blood was dripping out. The entire Yang residence was silent. "You will regret this," said the former commander Yang Yu. Although he was restrained by the envoy, he could still open his mouth and speak. There was a trace of resentment on his face. Liu Yi was the nephew of a law enforcer. His identity was no small matter and his background made people apprehensive. However, Yi Fan still pierced through his heart and blood splashed on the spot. "I never regret my actions," Yi Fan said decisively. With a clang, he stabbed the metal spear into the ground. Liu Yi screamed miserably as he was nailed to a large bluestone. Blood splashed out and his body trembled. Yi Fan took out a white bone arrow and drew the bow. He said to Longma, "End his life." At this time, Longma was chasing after Yang Kaifeng. He had already become a saint and his battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds. He trampled on Yang Yu's great-great-grandson until he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. It was a tragic sight and hundreds of bones in his body were broken. Kai! The white bone arrow shot out and tore through the heaven and earth. It was like a comet colliding into the depths of the star domain. It was earth-shattering and shook the entire sky. "No!" The former commander Yang Yu cried out. He was terrified after seeing this scene. This was his only great-great-grandson, but he was turned into a live target. He wanted to stop it, but his body couldn't move. "Ah!" A shrill scream rang out. Yang Chifeng's facial features contorted as an arrow shot out from between his brows. Blood spurted out and his head exploded. Following that, his entire body crumbled into pieces. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This time, there were no more death substitution puppets to use. Yang Yu was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He berated and cursed Yi Fan. His eyes were filled with an ominous glint. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by the envoy and could not move at all. "You're too unscrupulous. How can you harvest a life from my hands? The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Isn't it too easy to let him die just like that?" Longma said with dissatisfaction. "You are all devils." Yang Yu was so angry that he vomited blood. "The real devil is in the heart of people like you," reprimanded Yi Fan. He had always been ruthless when dealing with such people. Hua! Yang Manor and the entire main street were in an uproar. What happened today would definitely shake the second city of the human race, and even spread to the starry sky ancient path. Yi Fan first massacred Commander Yu Han, then attacked the former commander's mansion, and killed the children and nephews of the law enforcement officers. This was really earth-shattering and could be said to be a raging wave. The remaining two outsiders had pale faces as they silently retreated, wanting to escape. But how could the humans let them go? Yu Xian, Rui Wei, and the other cultivators who came in all took action, cutting off their path of retreat to capture them alive. "Kill them." The envoy spoke. His words were short and forceful. Yi Fan pondered. If he interrogated them, it would definitely involve some big fish. He also did not want to make things difficult for the envoy. He drew his bow again, and two bone arrows shot out. Pu sounds rang out as the two outsiders were directly shot dead, turning into a bloody mist and broken bones. In the depths of the starry sky ancient path, it will be difficult for you to advance even an inch. The human lord who can truly verify the Tao will send you on your way. Outsiders resentfully cried out before dying. "Di Tian, is it? Since he dares to block my path, I will definitely take his life and directly blast him into a rain of blood," Yi Fan said coldly. The two outsiders were full of unwillingness and resentment as they directly turned into flying ashes. Their divine sense imprints were completely erased. "This fellow is truly comparable to the great demonic god Jiyu Huang, decisive and domineering." The exiled fairies made Linga muttered. "Today, there are grievances and grudges, and we will take revenge. Not a single one of you should even think about leaving," Longma shouted. The horse galloped through the sky, stopping the second leader of the 13 riders of Heaven Wasteland, Yi Wuhuan. Yi Wuhuan wanted to kill it, but now that Longma had become a saint, its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was extremely terrifying, and a single hoof almost crushed him. Yi Wuhuan was also a saint, and even his mount, the Azure Dragon, was a holy beast. One could see his cultivation level. Unfortunately, he encountered a monster like Longma and was instead suppressed. He ate 4 hooves in succession, The armor on his body shattered, and his breastbone was broken. Ah! The second leader of the 13 riders of Heaven Wasteland roared angrily. This was a type of humiliation, and he felt extremely unwilling. Not long ago, he had even opposed Yi Fan with equal harshness and fought a great battle. Yet now, he was suppressed by his mount. It was clear that the two were not on the same level and were far behind. He was restrained to the point where he didn't even have the power to retaliate, and was soon seriously injured. Pu. Longma spun around and stepped through the sky. Blood splashed, and the head of the holy beast Azure Dragon that Yi Wuhuan was riding was smashed. It was scarlet red, and it died a violent death. "I'll fight you to the death," Yi Wuhuan shouted. He had schemed against Yi Fan many times, instigated Yang Kaifeng to take action, and joined forces with Guan Cheng to target Yi Fan and Longma. He never thought that he would fall into such a state and be suppressed by a mount. In the face of absolute strength, everything was so laughable. "Watch the heavenly dragon's 8 steps that I created. If you can avoid it, I'll spare your life. If not, I'll send you on your way." Longma put on the appearance of a peerless expert. Thump, thump, the deafening sound of horse hooves rang out, like the beating of a heavenly drum. Longma stepped through the sky, and every step was like the explosion of a holy weapon. It crushed the universe, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Pu. The body of the second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland violently trembled, and he continuously retreated. His heart was filled with despair and sullen. Originally, he could contend against Yi Fan, but now, he couldn't even defeat his mount. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Longma stepped through the sky and spat out these 4 words in a very ostentatious manner. Then, Pu sounds rang out incessantly. The limbs, torso, head, and other parts of the second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland all had terrifying hoof prints. They exploded one after another, turning into a rain of blood. "The demonic god Jiyu Huang will wait for you on the road ahead. He will be invincible in the starry sky ancient path and take revenge for us." Yi Wuhuan died, and he was full of unwillingness. Everyone trembled. The name of the great demonic god shook the starry sky ancient path, and he fought to the point where the sun and moon lost their radiance and the heaven and earth lost color. It gave heroes like the exiled fairy and Di Tian a headache. In today's battle, Yi Fan had offended both Di Tian and the great demonic god at the same time. His future path would definitely be very difficult, and there would be the strongest and most intense battles. Rumble. Yi Fan activated the cauldron, and the myriad source qi descended, crushing the Yang residence. A large number of ancient buildings were transformed into flying ashes. Even though there were ancient formations laid down, they still couldn't block the might of the cauldron. From this day onwards, the Yang residence was razed to the ground. Not a single one of the important characters could escape, and all of them were killed. "Ah!" Yang Yu screamed. As a saint king, he could only watch on helplessly. He was powerless to stop all of this, and he felt extremely sullen in his heart. "Envoy, please enforce the law and kill this wretch," Yi Fan spoke. The envoy sighed lightly. He was indeed responsible for creating such a storm in the second human city. When facing so many heroes, he could only strictly enforce the law and kill those who broke the rules. "No!" Yang Yu screamed and struggled in terror. However, after the gigantic palm in the sky crushed down, his body started to break apart inch by inch. "Senior, let me do it. After stepping on this path, I shall bear all the infamy." Yi Fan soared into the air and stomped down, stomping on Yang Yu's forehead. Pu. Like a firework blooming, Yang Yu's immortal foundation crumbled. His primordial spirit was incinerated, turning into ashes. Yi Fan was like a devil king. His eyes were cold and his thick hair hung loosely behind him as he landed on the ground. Sadly, Yang Yu had already stepped into the Saint King realm. If he could completely consolidate his foundation, his accomplishments would be limitless. He could walk the path of glory, but in the end, he died here. In the end, the gazes of everyone turned to Yi Fan. The black spear nailed Liu Yi to the ground. Liu Yi was dripping with blood, but he hadn't died yet. "Stop, as long as you let me go, everything can be discussed in the future." There will be many benefits waiting for you in the depths of the starry sky ancient path. His heart palpitated as he spoke. Yi Fan circulated the Bing word art. The silver essence battle robes shone resplendently and emitted clanging sounds. They fell off from Liu Yi's body and reformed themselves at the side. This was a powerful Saint King battle robe made from divine materials. It belonged to the powerful enforcers of the starry sky ancient path. But now, it was seized by Yi Fan. A pale-faced young man clad in moon-white tight-fitting robes revealed his true appearance. He was handsome but seemed somewhat feminine. His eyes were like the stars of the moon, and there was a yin-chi lingering around him. "Let me go. You can roam the depths of the starry sky ancient path as you wish." He continued to raise the price. Yi Fan pulled out his spear, and then with a peng sound, he grabbed him by the collar and pulled him closer. Without saying anything, he directly slapped him in the face. Pack. This was a slap that would cause one's face to hurt just by looking at it. His teeth mixed with blood and saliva flew everywhere. Half of his face was almost smashed into mush. Naturally, all of this was the result of Yi Fan's self-control. Otherwise, he would have directly smashed his head into pieces. "You dare to hit me?" Liu Yi was stunned by the slap. His status was extraordinary. Since young, who dared to touch him? But now, he was being humiliated like this. Pack. Yi Fan backhanded his hand and smashed the other side of his face. All of his teeth fell out and flew out mixed with blood. Then, Yi Fan kicked out. Liu Yi flew like a ball and crashed into the distance. The Longma spread its hooves and galloped past. Mournful screams rang out as Liu Yi's bones were broken. The basin-sized hooves landed on his body and turned him into a pile of mud. "No!" He screamed miserably and looked at the guide for help, wanting him to stop it. The guide opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, Yi Fan beat him to it and said, "This was all done by me alone. Let me be the villain until the end." Fart. Liu Yi's head was smashed and he died in humiliation. His previous viciousness, arrogance, and despotism were all useless. He was trampled to death. On this day, the second sacred city of the human race was shaken. Soon, the news spread to the ancient path and caused a huge uproar. The saint physique is here. The saint physique of the Emperor Burial Star is here. The saint physique of the human race appeared on the ancient path in the starry sky after being silent for 100,000 years. He killed the city guard commander and the law enforcer's nephew. He made a powerful appearance and turned into a storm. This news was like a flood that swept through the world and rushed to the front of the ancient path in the starry sky. It caused a great earthquake. Chapter 1290. Yi Fan hadn't set off yet, but his name had already spread out, triggering a great commotion in front of the starry sky ancient path, drawing the attention of all sides. The divine physique of the Burial Emperor Star had arrived. This was like a storm that swept through the path ahead, carrying a type of mountain-devouring might. It startled all the great opponents ahead. "I was careless, I didn't know it was you before. I believe the entire ancient path won't be lonely anymore." Before parting, the envoy of the second human city said this to Yi Fan with profound meaning. Many challengers revealed strange expressions. The envoy's words were naturally a type of praise. It was enough to prove Yi Fan's potential. "It's been 100,000 years. The divine physique lineage has been silent for so long. I believe your opponents are also yearning for it. The battles in the future will make people tremble. Some of us old fellows are all looking forward to it." The envoy's words made everyone's blood boil. It was rumored that the Burial Emperor Star was an ancient land. From ancient times until now, it was unknown how many experts had walked out. Especially the divine physiques, each time they appeared, they would fight until the starry sky ancient path collapse. The second human city's trial ended. A group of people ascended the heavenly path towards the next Tao rite, leaving behind a legend here. This time, the disturbance was great. It was unknown how long it would take for it to calm down. Everyone had left. The second holy city became cold and cheerless. There was only one person sitting alone at the city gate. He didn't continue on his way and stopped there. He was a failure. No one cared about him, and no one paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were focused on the road ahead, watching those who had hope of proving the Tao. From then on, there was an old soldier in the city. Even when he grew old, he never took action against others again. Several thousand years later, his eyes were muddy and his body was stooped. He would occasionally tell people about the desolation of the Emperor Path. Sometimes, when he was drunk, he would sigh in the autumn wind. His body trembled as he gazed at the Emperor Path with his muddy eyes. Then, he would turn around, leaving people with a bleak view of his back. He used to have a name called Guan Cheng. Twice, he was nailed to the ground by spears. Blood flowed everywhere, but both times, he survived with great difficulty. In reality, from then on, he no longer had a name. He was only a failure on the Emperor Path. He was a microcosm that represented many people. It was already a miracle for him to survive. After many years, most of the people who walked on the Emperor's road died. Their blood dyed the starry sky, and their corpses piled up into mountains, forging the glory of a single person at the end of this road. When the autumn wind streaked past, countless leaves withered and the ground was covered with broken branches. It was a desolate season. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's road, the strong were on the way. Yi Fan's expedition continued onward. Along with the baptism of life and death trials, they passed 9 trials in a row. More than a year had already passed. After traversing the Milky Way and traversing a large area of forbidden zones, Yi Fan consolidated his cultivation level and completely solidified his foundation after becoming a saint. The 10th trial was a special place. He had heard many people talk about it over the past year, but when he actually arrived, it was a completely different feeling. In the dark cosmos, a holy city floated in outer space, emitting holy splendor. It revolved around an ancient star like a satellite. Standing in the city and looking down, one could vaguely see the mountains and rivers on the Life Star. There were even terrifying creatures flying up into the sky, screaming and shaking the vast cosmos. This was the 10th trial. It was located in the sky above an ancient planet with life. It was different from the others. This was an ancient land full of vitality. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen an ancient planet with life since he stepped on the ancient path. It wasn't small. Although it couldn't be compared to the Big Dipper, it was still majestic. This was a dangerous planet full of intimidating creatures. Of course, Yi Fan's group couldn't land on this planet. Instead, they were transported to the holy city by the 5-colored sacrificial altar. That's right. You guys have come to the 10th trial of the ancient path. This is the first ancient planet with life on this path. It's full of dangers, but it also contains endless opportunities. As soon as they entered the city, someone explained to them. According to him, 9 was a special number that changed with the extreme. After the 9th trial, it meant that they had entered a special place. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the 10th trial was an ancient planet with life was enough to make it stand out from the masses. This place is like a dam that holds back a large amount of water. In fact, it is a trial taker. For dozens of years, who knows how many heroes have stopped here? The people in the city explained a shocking fact. This was a primitive ancient planet. One's cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds here. It wasn't a myth. And this planet was called the Land of Achieving the Tao, also known as the Saint Ascension Planet. There was no other reason. Many people chose this place to become saints and accumulate power. This place has the most primitive and powerful principles. Choosing this place to become a saint, once you break through, you will be able to seize good fortune. Your Tao foundation will be incomparably firm, and it will be the most stable foundation for you to achieve the Tao in the future. There was no other reason. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many geniuses had come here, and there was no lack of ancient emperors who had passed by this first ancient planet with life. Their Taos and a portion of their paths had been engraved by the heavens. They didn't become emperors here. These natural laws brought many benefits to those who became saints, and it wouldn't have any negative effects. After entering the holy city, they could clearly feel that it was larger than the previous 9 cities, and there were even more people here. This city floated in outer space, revolving around the ancient life star below. During these past few decades, it was unknown just how many trial takers had stopped here. Many people, due to various reasons, stopped here, not continuing. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but rather that they had their own objectives. It was rumored that there might be people who weren't weaker than the great demonic god here, waiting for a sect's secret monument to appear. There were also people who were searching for the writings left behind by great ancient emperors, and there were even more people who were digging up heavenly materials. There were also people who were searching for divine beasts. This place contained great secrets. It was incomparably terrifying and full of danger. However, there were also many things that moved the hearts of cultivators. This group of people has finally arrived. Which one of them is the sacred body of the burial emperor star? There were quite a few people on the streets, all of them looking at the cultivators who entered the city. Even though more than a year had already passed, the disturbances no longer as intense, gradually calming down, the arrival of Yi Fan and the others still triggered a huge commotion. Truly ferocious, even killing the great commander of the city, trampling the nephew of the enforcer Liu Fengdo into meat paste. I really want to see what he looks like. It's already been 100,000 years, another sacred body has emerged from the burial emperor star. Quite a few people are looking forward to this path, many of them unable to sit still any longer. There will definitely be an exceptional battle. A few people were discussing among themselves. Large amounts of cultivators stopped in the city. There were medicine shops, weapon pavilions, scripture pavilions, as well as all types of wine shops, tea houses, and other things on both sides of the main road. There were people coming and going, making this place incredibly flourishing and lively. The faces of the human race's 10th holy city's great commander and a few soldiers darkened. They couldn't help but look towards Yi Fan. They didn't have any good impressions of this lawless guest from the burial emperor star. No matter how great of a mistake Yu Han and Yang Yu had made, they shouldn't have been killed by Yi Fan. They should have reported this to the Starry Sky Ancient Path and let the enforcers come out and kill them. Now, the cultivators on the Ancient Path were all spreading the news that Yi Fan had killed the city's great commander. This made all the other commanders lose face. This was truly not a glorious matter. Ow-ho! Suddenly, a tremendous beast roar rang through the air. The entire ancient city began to shake, and the city walls rumbled as if they were about to collapse. The city body released strand after strand of brilliance, supporting a dazzling screen of light. It covered the entire ancient city, protecting it from destruction. Yi Fan and the others were all shocked. They discovered that there was an enormous ancient beast pouncing over. It was shaped like a tyrannical dragon, and it was even taller than the entire city. It flew up from that ancient star below. At this moment, it opened its mouth and roared. The heavens erupted, and even the cosmos void split apart. Enormous cracks extended everywhere, and this was like a world-destroying divine beast. What happened? Rui Wei was astonished. During this year, he had made it to this stage without any mishaps. The people in the city were relatively calm. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they had encountered something like this. Some people were complaining and cursing incessantly. Who did this? Provoking an ancient beast at the peak of the Saint King realm, they must be tired of living. A while ago, I heard that a tyrannical dragon was about to lay eggs. Could it be that someone stole that divine egg? Many people were cursing, and there were even some who were extremely envious. Many people stopped here in order to find a mount. The descendant of a high-level saint beast was naturally the most ideal. Yi Fan and the others learned from the discussions of the people on the street that the ancient star below was far more dangerous than they had imagined. This tyrannical dragon that was attacking the city struggled for more than an hour before retreating unwillingly. It released an angry roar that shook the heavens, but it didn't return to the ancient star. Instead, it actually entered the depths of the cosmos. Did you guys see that? This place is extremely dangerous. There are extremely powerful existences in the ancient star below that would frequently attack this holy city. If you want to cultivate there, your life will be in danger. The Grand Governor spoke. It was unknown how powerful the strongest saint beast in the ancient star below was. It was filled with danger, but naturally, to some cultivators, there would also be unimaginable good fortune. The cosmos is boundlessly vast, the various ancient stars are all different. Some places are paradise for cultivation, but there are also some places that are no longer suitable for it. The Grand Governor of the 10th city explained some things in a very responsible manner, seriously informing them so that they could arrange their time in a more reasonable manner. This ancient star was extremely unique, it had never changed since ancient times. It was a holy ground for cultivation, and all sorts of great Taos could be heard here, easily causing people to sink into a state of Tao comprehension. This time around, the cultivation bases of those who stepped on the ancient pathway were all unevenly matched. Some had long broken through to the immortal foundation realm, while others barely managed to break through and were at the second level of immortal foundation. During these years, some guidance envoys directly sent some second-level immortal foundation experts here. It wasn't that they were cheating, but rather, it was because their talent was unparalleled. In the past, the ancient star they were in suppressed their cultivation bases too much, causing them to have a hard time breaking through. In some ancient lands, some of the most dazzling geniuses could only break through to the second level of immortal foundation after cultivating for hundreds of years. And in some other ancient stars, when the age of 200 plus reached, some of the geniuses had already broken through to the immortal foundation realm. How truly shocking. The Grand Governor introduced some shocking facts. There were some weak-looking geniuses who had cultivated for hundreds of years before they could barely break through to the immortal foundation realm. But after they came here, they would always be in the midst of breaking through, their strength growing at a terrifying speed. There were also heaven-defying geniuses who broke through from the second level of immortal foundation all the way to the immortal foundation realm, breaking through to the immortal foundation realm in the shortest amount of time possible. Roar tilde all of a sudden, a bone-chilling roar interrupted the introduction of the Grand Governor. A stone giant actually exuded a vast amount of blood chi and was currently howling, shaking the ancient city. The terrifying might it exuded caused the entire ancient city to tremble, as though it would collapse at any moment. Holy Spirit! Yi Fan was greatly shocked. Earlier, the tyrannical dragon that left flew over from the depths of the cosmos. It was unknown where it managed to invite such a stone giant with towering blood chi. This was truly a unique ancient land. The moment Yi Fan and the others arrived, they already encountered such a calamity. A stone giant Holy Spirit appeared and attacked the 10th sacred city of the human race. Chapter 1291. Roar. The tremendous roar was like a sledgehammer smashing into everyone's hearts. It actually penetrated through the ancient city's formation, causing many people's blood to surge and almost fall to the ground. Everyone was stupefied. This stone man was too powerful. His entire body was suffused with blood energy that enveloped the sky and pierced through the firmament like a torrential ocean. The fist he waved was like a small mountain smashing down, attacking the 10th sacred city of the human race. It rumbled and its divine might was matchless. The 10th sacred city was protected by 2 layers of formations because it was a special place located in the sky above an ancient life star. There were extremely tyrannical existences below. Therefore, the 2 layers of formations were of the great sage level. They had existed since ancient times and had never been damaged. However, at this moment, they were violently shaking as if they were about to be broken. This is too terrifying. Just what realm has this stone man reached? It can actually shake this city. This stone man was invited here by that Saint King-level tyrannical dragon. It came from the depths of the cosmos. What kind of background does it have? Everyone was shaken and their faces were full of fear. This stone man was too tyrannical. The blood energy it emitted was even more majestic than the starry river. It was shocking to the soul. Each of its attacks was earth-shattering. The 2 layers of the great sage's most profound formations were about to be broken. It made people's scalps go numb. They were all astonished. At this moment, everyone in the city was alarmed. Countless natives and thousands of trial-takers were all tongue-tied and panting. Is it a Holy Spirit? How can this be? Who can subdue it? There were too many legends regarding Holy Spirits since ancient times. Their terror and tyrannical power were deeply ingrained in people's bones. They were simply synonymous with invincibility. Since ancient times, apart from the great ancient emperors, What other existence could suppress them? Moreover, there were countless anecdotes saying that once a true Holy Spirit reached the Great Circle, they would have no fear of the great ancient emperors. That was because they would be in existence on the same level, invincible since ancient times. At this moment, many people felt their bodies go cold. If such a peerless existence existed, the 10th city would definitely not be able to defend itself. The entire city would be buried together with it and die in outer space. No one had expected that such a disaster would occur today. This was especially true for the group of trial takers who had just entered the city. Their scalps went cold as if they had fallen into an icehouse. It isn't a powerful supreme Holy Spirit. Due to an accident, it was born prematurely. Otherwise, even with the most complicated Great Sage's perfect level formation patterns protecting this city would have undoubtedly fallen. An old cultivator said to himself. He still had a bit of confidence, believing that even if this stone person was extremely vicious and its magical force heaven overflowing, there was no way it could break through. Even though it isn't an unmatched Holy Spirit, it is still a great disaster. There is more than a single stone being in the depths of this star domain. There were people who saw an even more powerful one in the past. This was a fact, and it was also the reason why many people's faces were pale. It was because before an old law enforcer passed away, he had once said that he saw an exceptionally terrifying stone man. Even now, it still made people worry. Roar, the stone person roared and brandished its small mountainous fist, smashing it into the sky above the 10th city. Streak after streak of formation patterns appeared, and ancient imprints appeared one after another. It was as if clusters of immortal flames were burning. The great Tao rumbled, and its aura swallowed the heavens. The envoy was startled. He stood on a Tao platform and looked towards the heavens. This creature is indeed terrifying. One of its feet has long entered the great sage realm, and the other is only a heel away. That tyrannical dragon was also roaring. It continuously swooped down and launched attacks. It was a supreme holy beast king, and its attack power was extremely terrifying. It roared continuously. Human, hurry up and hand over my child. Otherwise, I will wash your ancient city with blood. Not a single person will survive. This barbaric tyrannical dragon roared angrily. Sure enough, it was as the cultivators in the city had guessed. There was a heaven-reaching expert who had stolen the divine egg laid by this tyrannical dragon, and this made it furious. This time, it was equivalent to opening a magic box and provoking a great disaster. It attracted the terrifying Holy Beast King to attack the city. However, one could also see from this just how unordinary the trial taker who stayed behind was. He was actually able to steal the child of a tyrannical dragon at the peak of the Holy King level, so his cultivation was definitely astonishing. Who did this? Their methods are truly heaven-defying, stealing away the divine egg of a Tyrannosaurus Rex and bringing a great disaster to the entire city, becoming a source of disaster. Damn it, he made all of us fall into a passive state. A single person implicated the entire ancient city. The one who stole the divine egg truly has good methods. The reactions of the heroes in the city were all different. Some were full of admiration, while others were so hateful that the roots of their teeth were itching. They calmly watched the tense situation develop. Tuorlan Holy King, why are you denouncing us like this? The envoy rose into the air. It was clear that he recognized this tyrannical dragon. He spoke to it and asked about the cause and process. The 10th holy city floated in space above this ancient star. It revolved around the great Earth like a satellite. The cultivators who resided in the city naturally knew the names of a few tyrannical existences on the surface. Tuorlan was an extremely dangerous holy beast king that had quite a bit of reputation. Normally, they minded their own business and didn't invade each other. You humans have gone too far. You bullied my orphan and widowed mother after seeing my race's monarch pass away. Sacred beast King Tuorlan roared. The monarch she spoke of was once an unrivaled existence on this ancient star below. He was a tyrannical dragon of the great sage level. He overlooked the world and intimidated this part of the cosmos for 7,000 to 8,000 years. However, even the most powerful person couldn't resist the passage of time. In the end, he passed away 4 years ago. His body was ice-cold and he had lost his vitality. Meanwhile, the divine egg Tuorlan gave birth to was the descendant of that great sage-level monarch. Now that it was stolen, it naturally made Tuorlan furious. After breeding it for several decades to a century, the little Tyrannosaurus monarch was finally about to come into being. However, it ended up like this. How could Tuorlan not be furious? This stone man was a quasi-great sage. In another few decades, it was very likely that he would succeed in advancing. He was an old friend of the Tyrannosaurus monarch. He came to kill Tuorlan due to her tearful complaints and requests for help. The cause was that simple. The divine egg had been stolen, and the human cultivators had crossed the line. This made the sacred beast king fly into a rage and attack the city at all costs. The guide envoy frowned and said, "Just now, I used the mysterious sky treasure mirror to illuminate the entire city. The divine egg is definitely not in the city. There must be some misunderstanding." He explained patiently. Even though there were some extremely daring human trial takers, most of them wouldn't dare to be so unbridled. There are some unfathomably ancient existences in the depths of this ancient star. Even the monarch of the past couldn't say for sure that they could cover the sky with one hand. There might be experts of the same generation who haven't passed away yet. The guide envoy patiently analyzed and advised Tuorlan not to get angry. He said that it might be an ancient beast with profound cultivation on this ancient star that was causing trouble. Perhaps they were trying to frame her. "I don't believe it. Do you really not know how many descendants of sacred beasts your human race has taken away after so many years? This time, someone must have taken the risk out of desperation." Tuorlan roared angrily. It had the body of a tyrannical dragon. It was like a green mountain peak, and each time it brandished its divine force, the ancient city would rumble and sway. Meanwhile, that stone man was even more terrifying. It said that if there wasn't an explanation, it would summon its old friends to attack this place and demand an explanation. Many people in the city were anxious and fearful. This was a beast-tide storm, and a single mistake would result in the destruction of the city and the extinction of the human race. It was because the invaders were too powerful. Many people believed that this was most likely the work of the trial takers. After all, this divine egg was too astonishing. If it was used as a mount, it would definitely be able to sweep through a star domain. Its parents, one was the great sage-level monarch, and the other was a saint-king-level tyrannical dragon. This kind of bloodline was truly astonishing. It was an extremely ideal young divine beast. No matter who it was, they would be moved. There were even some who suspected that it might have been stolen by someone at the level of the guide envoy. "Sacred King Tuorlan, how about temporarily quelling your anger? I will give you an explanation." The guide envoy stood on the mottled stone platform and conversed with the two experts, telling them to stop their attacks. The secret conversation lasted for a long time. Tuorlan said, "Fine, I'll believe you for now. I'll give you guys some time, but if you can't return my child when the time comes, I will definitely fight a decisive battle with you." The stone man also nodded stiffly and said, "If something happens to that nephew of mine I've never met before, I will definitely raise the flag and summon my old friends to demand an explanation." After the two secretly listened to the guide envoy's analysis, they couldn't be sure whether it was the work of the human race or other experts of the ancient star. They weren't willing to fall out with the human race either. After all, the great sage-level tyrant dragon monarch had passed away in meditation. It was truly too difficult for them to contend against the human race. On this ancient path, the human race's overall strength made all the star domains feel restraining fear. After all, from a certain perspective, this was the territory operated by the human race. The stone man withdrew, and Tuorlan returned to the ancient star below. The disturbance temporarily calmed down, but it couldn't be considered over. Immediately afterwards, the guide envoy issued an order for many trial takers to move out and find the root cause of this crisis. They wanted to see if it was the ancient beasts causing trouble or if it was purely a human cultivator who stole the divine egg. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators who had arrived here decades ago or those who had just arrived like Yifan's group, they all had to experience this trial to find out the truth. That was because the guide envoy and the others sensed a trace of danger. This might not be a simple matter, and perhaps it was the prelude to an upheaval. Oh, our human race's experts once saw an ancient ship in the depths of the cosmos. It was pulled by several sacred beasts as its leg power. It was truly terrifying. Perhaps it's related to this. Before the old enforcer Shu Yang passed away in meditation, he really did see a powerful stone man in the depths of the starry sky. Its terror overflowed into the heavens, and its blood energy split the sun and moon. It also appeared in that star domain, so it's most likely related. Within a secret room in the 10th city, the guide envoy was discussing this matter with two old men. All of them were frowning. I heard that there's also some trouble ahead. I'm worried that there's a terrifying existence leading all of this. It'll connect the dots one by one and then explode. That will be a great crisis. We really need to pay attention and report this to the higher-ups. After that, we'll do our best to dispel the dark clouds on our side. The 10th sacred city was majestic and imposing. Its city walls were like mountain ridges, tall and thick, emitting an imposing aura. Yi Fan's group had only entered the city for a day. They didn't even have the time to familiarize themselves with the city before they had to set off with the cultivators who had stayed here for decades. They were about to enter the depths of the ancient star to investigate the suspicious clouds. This was a dangerous trial, but it was also a great opportunity and challenge. Everyone knew that this ancient star was incomparably mysterious. There were many heavenly treasures, immortal scriptures, ancient great emperor's secrets, and magic treasures left behind by the human race. Normally, many places were not allowed to enter. First, it was out of fear that the trial takers would be attacked by the sacred beasts. In order to protect them, it was strictly forbidden to enter. Second, it involved many secrets that couldn't be leaked. And this time, the guide envoy told them that they could act according to their own abilities. If the trial takers felt that they could enter some forbidden areas, they could do so. No one would stop them. A few powerful cultivators rubbed their palms together. Many of them had stayed here for decades and never set off. They were waiting for this rare opportunity to find imperial scriptures and the human race's ancestral artifacts. It was rumored that in the past, there were young great emperors with unrivaled bloodlines like the human king physique and the saint physique who had obtained extremely heaven-defying items here. Even these people valued them highly and sighed afterwards. Naturally, others would pay even more attention to them. Chapter 1292. Early in the morning, some people were either standing on bluestones or sitting cross-legged on dao platforms, breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth. White pillars of qi gushed out from their mouths and noses, emitting thunderous sounds. In the 10th sacred city of the human race, even children knew some qi refinement methods. There were many experts among the natives who had been diligently cultivating. The 10th city of the human race had a wide street paved with bluestones. At this moment, the sound of galloping horses spread throughout the entire ancient road like a tsunami. The morning sun shone brilliantly and illuminated the entire city. The morning was full of vitality as a large number of cultivators set off for the vital planet below. There were many cultivators here, a conservative estimate of several thousand people. All of them were extraordinary and some were unfathomable. Some of them had never been defeated since they stepped on the ancient road and could be considered kings among men. They had stopped here and didn't continue on their journey, wanting to obtain heaven-defying opportunities. Yi Fan rode on Longma and rushed towards the plaza amidst the crowd. People came and went, ancient beasts roared, and blood energy covered the sun. The gathering of so many experts made the plaza of the 10th city solemn. Battle intent surged like the gathering of millions of lions, shocking the universe. Be careful, I won't say anything else. The person who received the mission opened the ancient city's seal. Groups of cultivators stepped into the sky and walked out of the formation, arriving in outer space. Savage beasts, ancient birds, large numbers of experts, all of them outstanding, none of them willing to give way, advancing towards the mysterious ancient land. Rumble. Like a torrent of steel, the entire firmament trembled. A group of armored horses stepped through the sky, rumbling and shaking, causing people's hearts to tremble. The heroes rose together. After so many years, this was the first time in which they had the same goal. It was as if 100,000 heavenly generals and soldiers had come out of the gate and descended towards the ancient planet below. The clouds they stirred up were mixed with Tao sounds, creating a majestic atmosphere. The clouds surged, carrying the mounts as they descended. Powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions. None of these people were mediocre. With so many human race experts descending from the sky, many powerful creatures below were naturally alarmed. They were all paying close attention, their eyes filled with killing intent. The mountains and valleys became clearer and clearer. The towering Devil Mountain was shrouded in layers of mist. In this region, one could see a few skeletal palaces with surging baleful auras. This is the dojo of a wild fox that has cultivated for thousands of years. It has devoured many invading challengers, and its strength is unfathomable. Even now, no one is willing to provoke it. It was clear that this was a forbidden training ground. Rumor has it that this wild fox was most likely a sacred beast king that cultivated the 10 heavens 8 desolation 10,000 demons art. It reigned supreme in this area and hadn't been shaken for thousands of years. Many cultivators whose cultivation realms weren't high enough didn't want to provoke them. They avoided this forbidden area and urged their mounts to head further into the mountain ridges. After avoiding this region, when the sea level was relatively lower, the deafening cries of apes and roars of tigers could be heard. Below, the mountain ridge was verdant, ancient trees towering into the heavens. There were a few old vines that had grown for who knew how many years. They were like horned dragons, coiling around the mountains, extending across several mountain peaks. Roar, in the depths of the mountain range, the roar of a sacred beast king sounded. Groups of birds and tens of thousands of beasts trembled, all of them trembling, not daring to come out. Yi Fan was alarmed. This was a primitive ancient land after all. There were many powerful creatures here, and there were a few forbidden lands that couldn't be easily set foot in. The closer they got to the Great Earth, the denser the spiritual essence became. It was as if it was going to turn into liquid, drilling into one's body on its own. One could clearly see many old medicines growing, taking root between the stone cracks and mountain cliffs. When they reached the ground, many cultivators scattered, entering different primitive secret lands and entering different regions. This ancient star was extremely large, the region boundless, enough for these cultivators to spread out. The boundless Great Earth they saw just now was just a corner of it. There were even more mysterious and unknown regions at the limits of the horizon. Yi Fan galloped on his horse, searching for his own Tao comprehension land. Everything he did was to cultivate himself, so he wouldn't waste any time. Longma passed through an ancient land, encountering several waves of terrifying demonic energy, but there weren't any conflicts. It was clear that the ancient beasts weren't willing to provoke the human race's experts either. After traveling for more than 40,000 li, miserable cries rang through the air, beast roars reaching into the heavens. There was an intense great battle ahead, demonic energy surging, sword energy rushing into the heavens. Quite a few cultivators were fleeing for their lives. The 9-tailed crocodile dragon went crazy, devouring more than 10 cultivators. Someone escaped. That place was in great chaos, mountains collapsing and earth splitting, large amounts of mountain range flattened. A golden divine crocodile rested in the sky dome, several hundred jong in length, as if cast from gold. It was shaped like a crocodile, with 9 tails and a dragon head. Its golden mouth opened and closed, biting apart a group of cultivators, bloody mist curling about. This was a battlefield of slaughter, a forbidden land belonging to a sacred beast. Outsiders weren't allowed to set foot here. Soon after, this place became quiet. The 9-tailed crocodile dragon returned to its nest, falling into the water and disappearing. When Yi Fan arrived at the battlefield, the battle had already ended. The cultivators that escaped didn't turn back, disappearing into the distance. I'll just cultivate in this place. Yi Fan stopped. It was next to a vast and boundless lake. He built a hut several tens of li away. It was very peaceful. That golden divine crocodile was extremely powerful, definitely an expert even among the ancient saints. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to approach it, and with such an evil neighbor, he believed that not many would come to disturb him. Others searched everywhere for the human race's ancestral weapons, great emperor scriptures, mysterious ancient treasures, and so on. They entered many secret places that were normally not open to the public, but Yi Fan didn't care about these things and focused on cultivation. Some rumors leaked out of the 10th city. A few people were discussing that danger might appear on the ancient path of the starry sky, and that a great battle might break out in the near future. All the heroes were enriching themselves and strengthening themselves, and so was Yi Fan. However, he didn't go to search for ancestral weapons or imperial tablets, nor did he borrow external objects. Instead, he cultivated his own Tao fruit. There were rumors that some inconceivable existences like the Holy Spirit might take action to break the human race's ancient path. Under such circumstances, becoming stronger was the only correct choice for the trial takers. In front of the thatched hut, there were a few ancient trees and a bluestone. It looked very simple, with some wild herbs growing nearby. Longma was in this secret place where the spiritual qi was about to turn into liquid. It was munching on a fire-scale fruit with purple radiance on its left and a 20,000-year-old jadeglow grass on its right. It was very leisurely. It cultivated its own Tao while consuming the spirit herbs, unhurriedly comprehending the Tao and advancing forward. It was quite natural and transcendent. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a bluestone in front of the thatched hut, meditating on the Tao and cultivating his own Tao. He didn't care about the affairs of the world. Chanting came from his body, and his secret realms lit up at the same time. After so many years, he already had a direction for the Tao in his heart. He was meditating all the time, and all that was left was to open his own path. Tao Scripture, Supreme Yin Celestial Scripture, West Emperor Scripture, Sun Celestial Scripture, and so on, even though they were only one volume and not the entire scripture, when combined together, he could cultivate all 5 of his secret realms to perfection. Walking his own Tao was not something that could be accomplished in a day. Since many years ago, he had been thinking about his future path, and after becoming a saint, he had a deeper understanding of it. And now, he had established his own path step by step, comprehending his own Tao. Yi Fan had a feeling that the clouds had parted and he could see the blue sky. His harvest this year was the greatest. Scripture after scripture and ancient characters jumped out, revolving around him, turning this place into a Tao land. Looking from afar, Tao characters densely covered the void, as though they were forged from metal. They shone brilliantly and were filled with complex profoundness, making him look like a transcendent immortal. At the same time, the Saint Physique's method of cultivating only the secret realms also appeared. The ancient scriptures rumbled, echoing in his heart, causing Yi Fan's body to shine brightly, emitting the true sound of the Tao. After the Saint Physique reached the Saint Realm, he had to recultivate the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation before he could reach the grand completion. This was something he had to face. Ever since he became a saint, he had been immersed in comprehending the Tao of the Saint Physique and comprehending the various methods within. Each of his secret realms was glowing. The Saint Physique's special cultivation method operated on its own, emitting waves of Tao hums. The atmosphere was majestic and dazzling. Ancient characters jumped out from his body. Each of his secret realms was overflowing with colorful light, like a bright Tao platform, radiating an immortal radiance. In truth, when he was still a little cultivator, he had already obtained the Saint Physique's special cultivation method when he died at the Saint Cliff. After so many years, he had already memorized it by heart. Although he couldn't cultivate it before becoming a saint, he had always been pondering and deducing in his heart, coming up with all sorts of ideas. And now, nothing could stop his movement technique. At this moment, the Tao scriptures, immortal scriptures of Sun, the Saint Physique's special cultivation method all resonated together, fusing together, causing the chanting sound to seem even more majestic. Yi Fan cultivated several ancient scriptures, as well as the Saint Physique's special cultivation method. He wasn't willing to walk the path of those before him, he wanted to create his own Tao, nurturing the 100 scriptures in a furnace. After so many years of bitter contemplation, he wanted to transform it into a furnace, transforming it to a higher level. After so many years, his cultivation advanced, he continuously pondered and comprehended his own Tao, not wasting a single inch of time. This was especially so during this year, He consolidated his foundation in the saint realm and analyzed his own path. This was a process of questioning the heart, seeking the Tao. With regards to his future accomplishments, the significance of this was incomparably great. Comprehending in loneliness, calming his heart in boredom, seeking. The fog in his heart was blown away, his path becoming increasingly clear. After so many years, he spent most of his time in meditation. His cultivation didn't improve in the slightest. However, Yi Fan felt that this investment was the most valuable. Asking the heart to seek the Tao, this was an extremely important process of accumulation. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace, he ultimately wanted to transcend and find his own Tao. After so many years of meditation and contemplation, he became more and more determined on his own path. At this moment, Yi Fan appeared more and more dignified, like a demonic god sitting cross-legged. His black hair scattered behind him, his eyes closed in meditation, his body resplendent as if cast from divine gold. His 5 great secret realms erupted with immeasurable immortal light, full of an undying aura. Within his body, it was as if there were 3,000 Buddhas chanting, but also as if there were 3,000 demon lords roaring in anger, revolving around him, the great Tao rumbling continuously. The ancient scriptures that Yi Fan had cultivated in the past, as well as the special cultivation methods of the holy body bloodline, were all rumbling. It was as if a Tao body was chanting scriptures, profound and unfathomable. It merged into his flesh and blood, causing his bones to resonate. Within his body, it was as if there were Tao, immortal, self-chanting scriptures one after another, continuously merging. All of the scriptures' profound mysteries merged together, evolving into an ultimate inheritance. The path that belonged to him, the Tao that belonged to him, was taking form step by step, about to appear in this world, different from the masses. He was going to establish his own ancient scriptures. In that instant, wind and thunder erupted between heaven and earth, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Strange scenes appearing frequently. The heavens seemed to have sensed this, shaking because of it. Chapter 1293. This region was filled with flying sand and rolling stones. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sounds of deities weeping and ghosts weeping could be heard. One could even see the corpses of deities appearing one after another. The heavens sensed this and sent down all kinds of miraculous scenes. Yi Fan was as calm as a boulder. His entire body was sparkling and exuded a type of dignity. He emitted holy splendor. Ancient characters jumped out from the 5 great secret realms one after another, revolving around him. Every single character seemed to be cast from divine gold. They were resplendent and dazzling, engraving themselves in the void. They turned into shouts that caused the heavens to rumble. Buddhist chants, sacrificial chants, demonic shouts, divine roars, all kinds of ancient sounds rang out, interweaving in the past, present, and future. They crossed the primordial cosmos and condensed together. Yi Fan sat on the bluestone. The ancient characters were densely packed and scattered down immortal splendor, making him seem otherworldly. It was as if he had come from the past, present, and future, tearing through time and space to arrive. One dust, one world, endless dust, connected to one Tao gate after another. There were tens of thousands of worlds in this world. The human body was like this as well, containing endless gates. During the process of cultivation, cultivators would open these gates one after another, releasing their true nature. Yi Fan was creating a Tao, releasing himself. The human body is one, transforming into 2 energies. The Tao of the extreme, pure and undivided energy. All things in this world originate from this. The Tao is one, creating heaven and earth, transforming into all things. Within Yi Fan's body, all kinds of divine sounds merged into one. In the end, a dignified voice rang out. It was incomparably grand, like a devil chanting scriptures, dignified and divine. He was creating his own Tao, stepping on his own path. At this moment, the clouds were pushed aside to see the blue sky. Anyone who wanted to walk their own path couldn't succeed overnight. They could only advance step by step, gradually perfecting it until it was flawless. Right now, Yi Fan was only a saint and not a great emperor, so it was naturally difficult for him to create an emperor's trace and directly create an immortal scripture. That wasn't realistic. However, based on his current cultivation realm, he created the first secret realm, the Sea of Reincarnation scripture, which was equivalent to an ancient scripture. The human body had a total of 5 great secret realms: the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, 4 extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Platform. He created the first scripture, and this was enough to shock the world. If news of this were to spread out, it would definitely shock the entire ancient star. It was just a saint, yet he had already begun to create his own Tao, creating 1/5 of the scriptures. It could be said that this could already be considered a miracle. To the later generations, this was an immortal achievement. If it was proven that Yi Fan's method was suitable for the human race to cultivate, and it was profound enough, then he could leave behind an illustrious name in the history of human cultivation, coexisting with the Tao he created. No one knew that in this peaceful place, Yi Fan was establishing the Tao. His entire body released immortal splendor, divine and dignified. A few ancient beasts and barbarian birds passed by, all of them trembling, unable to help but kneel down, prostrating themselves in worship. This was an immortal achievement. From the ancient times until now, there were very few people who established world-shaking inheritances in this realm. Yi Fan had been comprehending the Tao for many years. After such a long period of accumulation, he firmly took a crucial step forward. The first secret realm of the human body, the Sea of Reincarnation, was the collective name for the Wheel of Life and the Sea of Bitterness. In traditional methods, there were a total of 4 small realms: the Sea of Bitterness, the Life Spring, the Divine Bridge, and the Other Shore. Yi Fan nurtured the 100 scriptures, breaking common sense and walking on his own path. He combined the Tao scriptures, the immortal scriptures of the sun, and the single method of the saint body to create the Sea of Reincarnation scripture, which was divided into 9 realms. This type of Tao was greatly different from the traditional method. It was a unique path, specializing in the essence of a secret realm, and also the profoundness of the Emperor scriptures. It could be considered a sacred scripture. In order to create the scriptures of the first secret realm, one naturally had to comprehend this secret realm to the extreme. The Sea of Reincarnation was divided into the Wheel of Life and the Sea of Bitterness, the opposing sides of life and death. Time was merciless, it would always leave traces on the bodies of all living things. Trees had growth rings, and the human body similarly had the Wheel of Life. They were the same thing. If one wanted to live longer, diligently wiping away all traces was not necessarily a bad method. However, the Wheel of Life would eventually dry up, and at that time, one would also pass away. And the Sea of Bitterness was a kind of opposing meaning of death. It was born in opposition to each other, covering the Wheel of Life. Many cultivators cultivated to refine it, revealing the Wheel of Life. From then on, there was the opening of the Sea of Bitterness, allowing the spring of life to gush out, forming a divine bridge to escape from this secret realm, leading to the other shore, and reaching the second secret realm of the human body. These steps, in summary, were the 4 small realms in the traditional sense: the Sea of Bitterness, the Life Spring, the Divine Bridge, and the Other Shore. Yi Fan's method was no longer to refine the Sea of Bitterness, build the path of divinity, and escape from this realm, but to evolve to his heart's content. The human body is one, the pure and undivided Qi. All living things in the world originate from this. The recitation of the past self, the true self, and the Tao self explained his Tao together. This was his understanding of the secret realm of the Sea of Reincarnation. Yi Fan viewed the Sea of Reincarnation as the place where all living things began. He wanted to turn the Sea of Reincarnation into the origin of the human body, and use it to create scriptures, to evolve the great Tao of immortality, and to walk a different path. There would no longer be the 4 small realms of the Sea of Bitterness, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and the Other Shore. He viewed the Sea of Reincarnation as a whole, as a source. The Sea of Reincarnation was located below the navel, and was also the best part of the golden dividing line of the human body. Tao begets one, the human body is one. 1 into 2, the Wheel of Life and the Sea of Bitterness, they stood opposite each other, and coexisted. Before the heaven and earth were divided, the vital Qi was mixed into one, and that was the Tao. The creation of heaven and earth, the evolution of Taiji, the birth of yin and yang, the birth of two qi, and the interaction of them. This was the sea of reincarnation that Yi Fan wanted to evolve. Different from the methods of the predecessors, he wanted to cultivate a different Tao. He wanted to cultivate the sea of reincarnation Taiji, and view the first secret realm as the origin of all living things. The scriptures rumbled, and the sea of reincarnation shone brightly. Yi Fan became more and more dignified, and he did not move at all. The first secret realm that he cultivated was disintegrated inch by inch, and was smelted anew. The divine bridge was broken, the other shore was hazy, the wheel of life was clear and bright, and the golden sea of bitterness was dazzling. The two originally overlapped and fell together, but now they separated, and evolved anew, becoming two fish of yin and yang. The golden sea of bitterness was different from the sea of bitterness of others. It was rare to see death qi, but now that it was smelted from the source, a vast corrosive power could be seen. Life and death were opposite, and now they appeared. The two revolved, and were born anew. A Taiji diagram vaguely formed, the golden sea of bitterness, and the crystal clear wheel of life completely changed, turning into two fish of yin and yang, intertwining together. They constantly evolved, and became more and more agile. Strands of opposing aura were born, and then they unified and harmonized. Yi Fan's path, Yi Fan's Tao, the sea of reincarnation's secret realm was formed, and it was gradually being perfected and transformed. Rumble. The creation of heaven and earth, the Tao begets one, and man is one. One into two, turning into the two forms of Taiji. In Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation, it was as if all living things were born, and everything was in the stage of rebirth. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and strands of immortal qi seeped out, lingering around the Taiji, revolving continuously. Yi Fan sat there for several days, cultivating his Tao to the third minor realm of the secret realm. The Taiji became more and more real, and his entire body was bright and clean. The first secret realm was divided into 9 minor realms. Once it was penetrated, it would be the completion of the saint realm, and one would be able to transcend, opening the second major secret realm of the human body. The chanting, the roars of gods, the shouts of devils, and the sounds of worship all disappeared, and all kinds of ancient characters flew back into Yi Fan's body. Everything calmed down, and he opened his eyes. Yi Fan's eyes were faintly discernible, and only after a flash of golden light did his eyes return to normal. This was not strange. He saw the sea of reincarnation as the place where all living things were born, and connected with the other parts of his body, there would naturally be various transformations. It finally stopped. "Are you trying to kill me?" Longma complained angrily. Yi Fan's Tao creation this time was really shocking. The heavens felt it and sent down many strange phenomena, and some of them directly attacked him with pitilessly terrifying might. Longma was afraid that his process of Tao comprehension would be disturbed and interrupted, so he used all his strength to resist. His whole body was drenched in blood, and even 2 of his saint artifacts were destroyed. In the end, he took out the chi of myriad cauldron that Yi Fan gave him in advance, and only then did he block wave after wave of attacks. Yi Fan put away the cauldron, and he was also moved. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a terrifying punishment when he created a technique in his heart and evolved his own Tao. Longma revealed a grave expression, and said, "Brat, what's wrong with you? Are you born to be disliked by the heavens? I think you will suffer a great calamity if you continue like this, and turn into ashes sooner or later." Yi Fan shook his head, and said, "It's fine, how can there be any will in this heaven and earth? It only bears the Tao, and copies the techniques of the world. Everything that happened just now was born from my heart." Longma was stunned at first, and then he shouted, "Everything was born from your heart. You are really boasting shamelessly." In the distance, many ancient beasts and barbaric birds were all trembling with fear. When Yi Fan was creating the Tao, some powerful creatures passed by, and they were all suppressed. Only now could they move, and they left while trembling. These days, the atmosphere of this ancient star was strange, and it was obviously somewhat tense. According to Longma's observations, there might be a lot of murderous intents. Everyone is strengthening themselves. There are rumors that this part of the universe is going to be in chaos, and the ancient road of the human race might be broken. A saint spirit is coming with a magnificent army. Yi Fan was silent. When he left the 10th city, he heard some news, and now it seemed that it might be true. Under this kind of background, everyone needed to increase their strength as soon as possible in order to deal with the upcoming great battle. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to survive. This ancient road would be full of danger, and at the same time, there might be more opportunities. I saw that after you comprehended the Tao, you seem to have gained a lot. What benefits did you get? Longma asked. Yi Fan said, indeed, the gains are not small. Now, I need light and darkness, moon and sun, life and death, these are the opposing origin powers. Once I obtain them, I might be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Longma's eyes opened wide, and he said in shock, what demonic art did you cultivate? Don't tell me you are going to suffer from qi deviation. Breathing in two diametrically opposed Tao sources will easily shatter one's body and bones, destroying both body and soul. Yet, you can rely on this to break through quickly. This doesn't make sense. This is my Tao. Although it is only a secret realm, and only one of the scriptures, there is no doubt that it is very suitable for me. You don't need to worry. You said you created your own path, and wrote an immortal scripture. Longma almost bit off half of his tongue, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. He knew that Yi Fan was searching for his own path, but he didn't expect that after comprehending the Tao, he would reach this step. It seemed to be comparable to the ancient scriptures, and those who created unique scriptures were all boundlessly terrifying. Chapter 1294. The Great Lake was tranquil and hazy with mist covering a circumference of several thousand li. No creatures dared to barge in. On the shore, the ancient trees were verdant and full of vitality. Spiritual medicines grew on the rocky cliffs and precipices, emitting strands of sweet fragrance. Yi Fan was comprehending the Tao several dozen li away. During these past few days, he had caused many strange phenomena and had long since alarmed the 9-tailed crocodile dragon in the lake. However, it didn't appear and had been enduring all this time. This was because it saw the abnormality of the person on the shore. Many scriptures appeared like ancient characters cast from metal and revolved around his body. The scene was too astonishing. The 9-tailed crocodile dragon was a holy beast and the overlord of this area. It was different from ordinary beast cultivators. Its strength was extremely powerful and its immortal roots were extraordinary. In the past years, it had killed more than one saint to seize this underwater palace and obtain the ancient inheritance. Its natural talents made many older generation ancient beasts feel incomparable restraining fear. However, today, it was alarmed. It felt as if it was being targeted by a vicious beast. From head to toe, it felt a chill run down its entire body. This was something that had never happened before. Was there a beast more vicious than it? This was simply ironic. True dragon blood flows within my body. No one knows of my potential. I am the most powerful species since the ancient times, yet today, there is a creature that wants to kill me. The 9-tailed crocodile dragon was furious. It paddled out from the underwater palace and entrenched itself on top of a reef, revealing its enormous body. Its entire body was golden as if it was cast from gold. It was bright and dazzling. Moreover, there was an explosive power within its body. This was a colossus with a golden body covered in dense scales that blossomed with golden splendor. It had a true dragon's head and a crocodile's body. Moreover, it had 9 tails that were several hundred zhong long. It's that human. The 9-tailed crocodile dragon squinted its eyes. Its golden body flowed with divine splendor as it lay on the reef. It was extremely apprehensive. It was precisely this human who was comprehending the Tao beside its underwater palace. After so many days, he still hadn't left and even entered the depths of the lake. This made it feel uneasy. That person walked over on the water. His body was robust and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were deep and he flew like an immortal. However, that slender body seemed to contain the power to refine the universe, making it feel waves of fear. Yi Fan's body was radiant and peaceful. He looked calm and tranquil, yet he gave it an extremely great pressure. It was as if an immortal king was walking on the waves. Human, please halt. You have entered my territory. This is a provocation and disrespect. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon said. Golden multicolored light blossomed. When its body moved, its golden scales released kungchiang sounds, scattering down large amounts of resplendent radiance, holy might pervading the air. Yi Fan didn't stop. Behind him, the dragon horse released a long cry, stepping on the endless expanse of blue waves, creating a boundless expanse as it charged over. Human, and your mount, stop right now. We'll mind our own business. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, the nine-tailed crocodile dragon shouted. A sacred beast with some dragon blood flowing in its body. A rare species that survived from the ancient times. Not bad. Become my retainer. Longma shouted. Evil horse, you're going too far. I've endured time and time again, but you're pushing me step by step. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon roared. Its golden body caused the huge lake to boil as it swept across Longma's group. A great battle erupted. Longma and the nine-tailed crocodile dragon fought fiercely. Blood energy pierced the sun and moon, battle intent splitting the heavens. This was a world-shocking battle between sacred beasts. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon roared. For so many years, it had always been the one stirring up trouble. No one had ever dared to provoke it. Just a few days ago, it had devoured a dozen human experts. Among them, there were saints who became its food. They were far from being its opponent. Yi Fan's daoist robes fluttered in the wind. His sparkling hair draped over his chest and back. With his Genesis technique, he sensed that there were rare heavenly treasures in this place. It had to be said that the nine-tailed crocodile dragon was a tough one. It actually fought with Longma for a long time. The lake water within a circumference of several thousand li evaporated and the mountains and rivers within 10,000 li were turned into ashes. I don't believe it. I can't even subdue the retainer I fancy, Longma shouted fiercely. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon was even more apprehensive. It was a sacred beast that rose up recently. Many ancient beasts feared it. It was unrivaled in the same realm and had never met its match. Who would have thought that there would be a beast even more heaven-defying than it? It fought until it vomited blood and narrowly escaped death. Heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Longma shouted. Its hooves beat like heavenly drums, shattering the vast sky. A huge golden crocodile dragon fell down, smashing onto the ground. Its body was dripping with blood. How about becoming my retainer? Longma cast a sidelong glance at it. Dream on. The crocodile dragon roared. It spat out a treasure from its mouth. It was a sacred tool. It was about to burn it. It would rather die than submit. I definitely won't stop you from committing suicide. However, I'm prepared to skin you and make a pair of shiny golden crocodile boots after this. Longma was calm and unruffled. This was Longma's battle. Yi Fan didn't participate. He noticed the abnormality of the lake. The water had evaporated during the battle between the two beasts, but it was instantly filled with water again. This is an ancient cave dwelling. There is a rare heavenly treasure suppressed here. He used his Genesis technique to observe the power of heaven and earth. He saw through its profundities. With a point of his finger, a sacred level formation collapsed and released a dazzling light. No. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon screamed. At the same time, it was very shocked. Yi Fan had actually destroyed an ancient formation with a point of his finger. That was practically a heaven-piercing sword chi. Inside the underwater cave dwelling, there were a few magical tools, as well as some sacred beast cultivation methods. There were even supreme secret techniques for condensing dragon blood and evolving into a true dragon. This made even Longma shocked. After suppressing the nine-tailed crocodile dragon, it eagerly observed and experienced these ancient methods. Yi Fan glanced over and pondered for a while. He remembered a few methods that could be used. The other beast cultivation methods were useless to him. He moved forward in the water cave and arrived at the deepest part of the ancient cave dwelling. He quietly stood in front of a stone wall for a while. His hands pressed forward and pushed with a shocking divine force. A muffled sound rang out as a stone wall was moved by him. There was another cave dwelling in the ancient cave dwelling. It was even more mysterious. After so many years, even the nine-tailed crocodile dragon's generation hadn't discovered this cave. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon in the outer cave dwelling was dumbfounded. The underwater cave had existed for so many years. Generation after generation of supreme experts had passed through, yet none of them had discovered its core secret. One could clearly see multicolored light shooting out and overflowing with auspicious colors. It passed through the underwater cave and overflowed the Great Lake, dyeing the entire sky in a brilliant color. Not to mention the nearby Longma and the nine-tailed crocodile dragon, even the other cultivators in the distance knew that an ancient treasure had definitely appeared. The ancient demon race's heavenly book. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon cried out. Its eyes were red. It had guarded a treasure mountain, yet it didn't obtain the most important item. It didn't know that there was a divine treasure just a short distance away. These were 9 pieces of ancient heavenly jade. Every single one of them was overflowing with an ancient aura and flowed with a sense of vicissitudes. An auspicious and dense multicolored mist pervaded the air. If not for Yi Fan's exceptional origin techniques, he wouldn't have been able to discover this cave dwelling. After all, it had already been hidden from many generations. He extended out his divine sense and observed the contents of the ancient demon race's heavenly book. He saw groups of imprints. The 9 pieces of jade were all different and recorded different methods. This greatly shocked Yi Fan. It wasn't a complete ancient scripture, but rather the profound and unfathomable incomplete methods of the demon race that had long been lost. For example, purifying the blood, allowing a sacred beast to gradually accumulate dragon blood, gradually condensing and purifying it. It was much more complete than what he had seen in the cave dwellings outside. These weren't ancient scriptures, but to the sacred beasts of the demon race, they were all extremely important methods. They covered a wide range and weren't limited to a single domain. This must have been left behind by a heavens chosen of the demon race. He intentionally collected and organized them. His cultivation was profound. Even if he didn't become an emperor in the end, he wouldn't be far from it, Longma exclaimed after looking at it. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon wanted nothing more than to eat it. These were originally all its, but in the end, it was taken by an outsider first. It was very discontented. Yi Fan saw the hypotheses and exploration of some of the lost orthodoxies of the demon race in one of the pieces of jade. Unless it was a peerless genius, it wouldn't be able to deduce these things. Its viewpoint was sharp and full of insight. This might be something left behind by a demon race emperor before he achieved Tao. It can be said to be a world-shaking heavenly book. Although this wasn't the real demon divine scripture, it recorded the things he dabbled in when he was young, as well as some deductions. Through this, one could see some of his thoughts. In a sense, although the methods recorded on the 9 pieces of ancient jade were peerless and precious, they couldn't compare to those experiences and deductions. This was a manual of cultivation. Through this, one can see some of the sparks of thought that a person walked on the path of Tao. This is priceless. Longma read it over and over again, and generously gave a few pieces to the nine-tailed crocodile dragon. Their hearts were beating rapidly, and they all agreed that it was most likely left behind by a Tao creator when he was young. Yi Fan looked at it silently for a long time. Orthodoxies weren't very useful to him, but the thoughts of creating a Tao amazed him. There was a feeling of seeing his opponent across time and space. It's him, the demon emperor of the generation. Yi Fan found a mark, which was exactly the same as the one he saw in the Demon King's palace in the North Dipper Star area. It was like a demon god descending to the world, or a flying ancient character. Regarding the existence of the demon emperor, even the great beasts of the South Dipper Mountain did not have enough evidence. It was because he was too ancient. Even the Azure Emperor had to respect him with the word ancestor. Later generations couldn't verify his name. Rumor had it that the Demon Emperor came from deep in space. In his later years, he entered the North Dipper Mountain and lived in the South Dipper. It wasn't strange for the demon race to walk on the ancient road of the human race. Until now, the southern demon race still continued because they were closer to their life stars. Just like some humans, they would eventually walk on the ancient roads of the demon race and the god race. In the end, they would converge on the one and only ancient road. Of course, the danger they faced was also great. If their identities were exposed, the attacks they would suffer would be many times greater. Unless they were heaven-defying experts, they wouldn't dare to try it. How about it? Are you willing to be my retinue? You can read the ancient heavenly book of the demon race. Longma shamelessly tempted him. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon compromised. Of course, it wanted to call Shiyang brother and not a retinue. Longma looked reluctant. All right, but your cultivation base shouldn't be too far behind mine. Also, help me find some holy beast retinues. The more, the better. Yi Fan let it be. The great demonic god and Di Tian had subdued some subordinates. If Longma wanted to do the same, he would support him. There's another box with such strong vitality. What's inside? Longma was surprised when he saw the other wooden box on the stone table. Yi Fan opened it. Instantly, a vigorous aura of vitality swarmed his face. It was the vitality he had sensed before. A seed, the nine-tailed crocodile dragon screamed in fear. Oh, we're so lucky. This lake has such an ancient cave mansion with a peerless divine treasure. The light from the cave mansion shot up into the sky, which alerted many strong creatures around. They were the first batch of human cultivators to arrive. One of them was a beautiful young woman. She smiled faintly. I don't want to say much. You guys should leave now. I won't trouble you. The other man was also the center of attention. He had a divine halo covering his body. He smiled and said, "Put it down. You guys should leave." Chapter 1295. Longma revealed a hint of coldness. He almost raised his hoof, but at the crucial moment, he controlled himself and looked forward coldly. 4 tall and handsome men walked in with large strides, all of them exuding an oppressive aura. The 5 ladies all had beautiful faces and silky hair. They were like butterflies flying over, their eyes moving about and their appearance outstanding. What are you waiting for? Why haven't you left yet? A lady standing at the back frowned. Her beautiful eyes stared at the 9 pieces of ancient jade on the stone table, revealing a trace of splendor. Leave quickly. A man waved his hand impatiently. Although he was not the center of attention, his arrogance was not small. His eyes were bright as he looked at the seed in the wooden box. Immediately, he revealed a surprised expression. Where did this thief come from? Longma's face darkened. This is our training ground. You intruded without reason and wanted to steal our treasures. Do you think you are in the right now? A few people glared at him coldly. Nonsense. This is my cave. Even if you want to be a thief, you can't be so shameless. The 9-tailed crocodile was furious. It was not a kind person. Not long ago, it had devoured more than 10 human experts. How could it tolerate others doing such a tyrannical thing in its territory? This was a group of men and women with extraordinary temperaments. They all had extraordinary auras, especially the leading man and woman. Their strength was extraordinary and divine. Strands of holy splendor filled the air. The leading man opened his mouth and said, "This area has indeed been given to us. It is not a lie. Now, we don't want to fight. Please leave quickly." While saying these words, he only looked at Yi Fan and ignored Longma and the 9-tailed crocodile. Obviously, he realized that these were the true masters. I have never heard of such a thing, Yi Fan said coldly. The leading man had a majestic appearance. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. His sturdy body was bronze in color. His eyes were sharp and intimidating, and there were divine rings circling around his body. One could tell at a glance that he was a rare expert. You don't understand this area. Could it be that you are a newcomer? He furrowed his brows and glanced at Yi Fan before looking at Longma. Then, his heart skipped a beat as if he remembered something. The woman in the lead had a picturesque appearance, red lips and white teeth. She opened her red lips and said, "This ancient star is extremely vast, and there are many pure lands suitable for cultivation. More than 10 years ago, a few famous regions were divided out. This place is within our Dao land." "Nonsense, this is my cave abode. When did it become your Dao land?" "You've gone too far." The 9-tailed crocodragon was furious. "Why are you wasting your breath on them?" At the side, A man was already very impatient. He stared at the seed in Yi Fan's hand with a look of greed. The other two women also stared at the piece of ancient jade, wanting to immediately take it for themselves. As fellow human trial challengers, we don't want to be merciless. It's best if we can avoid bloodshed. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being impolite, another person said in a low voice. I don't want to say anything more. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from the cave abode, or else you'll have to bear the consequences, a man said coldly. Yi Fan's expression was cold and did not express anything. He only lowered his head and looked at the seed, ignoring the man's words. Longma, on the other hand, had a flame burning in his heart. He said, "Do you all think you're saint kings? Get lost, or you'll be killed without mercy." He was quite domineering and decided to attack. At the same time, he gave the 9-tailed Crocadragon a hoof and said, "Kill them ruthlessly later." The 9-tailed Crocadragon was originally one of the strongest beasts. It was extraordinarily talented and had dragon blood flowing in its body. Today, it was suppressed by a fierce horse and had long been suppressing a belly full of anger. Now that it was being bullied by others, it could no longer hold it in. It was a ferocious beast, and there was nothing that could restrain it. Naturally, it did not care about anything and directly attacked. Several golden dragon tails swayed, releasing the sound of wind and thunder. Golden divine light erupted, and it was as if mountain ridges flew out one after another. They were resplendent and dazzling, and the thunder was deafening. The Crocadragon used its trump card right from the start. Its 9 tails shook and pressed down. The formations in the cave abode were all being obliterated, and even the heavens were collapsing. These people quickly evaded. One of them was a bit slower, and his arm exploded with a pu sound. It was swept by the golden crocodile's tail and turned into a bloody mist. Evil creature, it's just a beast, yet it dares to injure people. Surround this place and don't let a single one of them escape. The injured person roared angrily. The others also berated. This was a group of challengers with decent strength. They all produced formation banners one after another with a shake of their hands, sealing up the Great Lake and carrying out attacks. Only the man and woman in the lead frowned, feeling a bit uneasy inside. It was because they stared at Yi Fan and Longma and thought of the rumors they had heard in the past year. Emperor Burial Star. Holy body. It can't really be him, right? The two of them looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. A scarlet horse covered in scales, a legendary unrivaled human precious body. If it really was this pair, then they really were hard to deal with. They most likely kicked an iron plate. The expressions of the man and woman in the lead became sluggish, and they both felt a bit regretful. At this time, they didn't have the time to think too much. Longma and the 9-tailed Crocadragon broke through the formation banners, rushing over and starting a great battle with them. This was a group of people with decent strength. What was especially terrifying was that they were proficient in formations. During the battle, they laid down layer after layer of formation banners to surround Longma and the 9-tailed Crocadragon. The battle was very intense. Several saint formations took shape one after another, and sword energy swept out, throwing the heaven and earth into chaos. These people were overbearing, so they naturally had extraordinary strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so confident. Perhaps their individual strength was lacking, but the formations they produced were very complex and profound. Hong. Terrifying fluctuations erupted, rushing over like a tsunami, instantly drying up the Great Lake within a range of several thousand li, turning the entire heaven and earth into a blazing silver flame. That was a shining silver plate. At first, it was like a bright moon, but then it turned into a blazing sun, releasing destructive fluctuations. Exceptional forbidden artifact. Longma cried out loudly. All of the scales on its body opened and closed, pouring in cold air. This type of fluctuation was too powerful. If it landed on its body, even if it made it through, a layer of skin would still be shed. The 9-tailed Crocadragon turned around to run. It was a vicious beast, and it never had any morals or rules that bound it. It definitely didn't want itself to become roasted Crocadragon meat. These two great sage beasts didn't expect the other party to have such an exceptionally tyrannical forbidden artifact. This type of fluctuation could most likely kill experts of higher cultivation realms than themselves. To create this type of forbidden artifact, an immeasurable price was definitely paid, and the amount of heavenly materials used was unimaginable. Now that it was self-destructing and burning, even ancient saints would be scared. This was produced by the man and woman in the lead. They were convinced during the battle that this should be the man and horse that came from Emperor Burial Star. Their scalps immediately turned numb, not wishing to continue fighting, and as such, they wanted to quickly break free and escape. The other 7 were a bit confused. They felt like there was no need to reveal their trump cards so quickly. Moreover, right at this time, they heard sound transmission, unexpectedly requesting to withdraw. These people were confused. Even if these 2 vicious beasts were powerful beyond their expectations, it wasn't like they didn't have the strength to fight. Why did they have to run before victory or defeat was decided? Hong! A heaven collapsing and earth splitting sound rang out. These people quickly understood why the man and woman in the lead made this type of choice. They all felt a chill run through their minds, all of them fleeing without even turning around. The male in the cave took action, his strength great beyond their imagination. There was a cauldron above his head, all life source energy falling, and there were streaks of stellar rivers curling about, primal chaos misty, impervious to all method. He charged straight in just like that, forcefully cutting apart the formations one after another, moreover facing the exceptional forbidden artifact head-on, a fist smashing over. This scene was extremely shocking. The silver plate shone, exceptional killing energy overflowing into the heavens, but it was stopped by that cauldron, unable to break through. In addition, that person's golden fist powerfully smashed down on the silver plate, releasing a clear shattering sound. He blasted apart the forbidden artifact. With a wonglong sound, heaven and earth collapsed, the forbidden artifact breaking into pieces. Silver flames surged, engulfing all directions. Within the brilliant radiance, golden blood energy surged. In addition, there was a Taiji diagram that flew out from that person's abdomen, quickly spinning, erasing all types of destructive light. Golden blood energy, a scarlet-scaled horse, all life source energy cauldron. He came from Emperor Burial Star. It is the legendary sacred body. The sacred body that hasn't been seen for 100,000 years has arrived. How did we end up running into it? Emperor Burial Star's sacred body has arrived. These people were terrified, finally knowing that they kicked a metal plate. Not a single one of them dared to stay for a long time, all of them fleeing. Yi Fan's unmatched attack crushed their will to continue fighting. Longma and the 9-tailed Crocadragon chased closely from behind, slaughtering their way forward. This group of people didn't have any intention of fighting, quickly fleeing. The 9 experts were well-known figures in this region, at the very least, few trial-takers daring to provoke them within a range of several tens of thousands of li. However, today, they suffered crushing defeats along the way. In the end, Yi Fan personally stopped the man and woman in the lead, while Longma and the 9-tailed Crocadragon heavily injured the others, cutting off their path forward. This was especially the case when 2 of the individuals who spoke rudely were devoured by the 9 Crocadragons along the way. Not a single one of these people were able to escape, all of their faces deathly pale, no longer having the confidence they had not long ago, all of them shivering in fear. Yi Fan searched one of the people's spiritual sense and found that there were indeed cultivators dividing up areas, but this area was definitely not like what they had said. It had become a Dao field for experts. The 9 of you are quite daring. The men will commit suicide, the women will stay behind to warm the bed and be servants. Longma purposely said with monstrous ferocity. For the first time, the 9 Crocadragons showed a look of reverence towards Longma, nodding repeatedly. It was a ferocious beast, not afraid of anything, and was not bound by any rules. The 7 who survived immediately paled. Among them, one of the women was the worst off, heavily injured and frightened, directly fainting. Yi Fan sighed softly, turning to leave with Longma and the 9-tailed Crocadragon. The Emperor's path was cruel, there were many corpses along the way, he had no choice, he could only fight along the way, there might be thousands of corpses under his feet in the future. At this moment, he could still control himself, he didn't want to cause more deaths. The Emperor Burial Star's divine physique is here. This news was like a hurricane, Quickly sweeping through the mountains and rivers, the Great Lake became a forbidden area. The people in this region all retreated, no one daring to disturb Yi Fan anymore. Emperor Burial Star, Divine Physique. This is going to be interesting. Some people are no longer lonely, they will definitely come looking for him. Be careful, all kinds of news are spreading. It is said that a Holy Spirit General is leading a huge army to attack this starfield. The most important thing for us now is to accumulate strength. Chapter 1296. This was a heart-shaped seed that was dull and lusterless. Its entire body was yellowish-brown, and even though it didn't have any divine splendor, it was suffused with a powerful life force. What is this? Longma stared at it anxiously. The nine-tailed crocodile even felt like crying. This seed was definitely not ordinary. It suspected that it was formed from a divine medicine's rebirth. It was originally so close to it, but now, it felt like it was at the ends of the earth. Why does it look like the seed of an immortal medicine? Longma's large eyes spun continuously. Then, it suddenly stuck its head out and bit down. Garbung. The nine-tailed crocodile felt that its teeth were in pain. It looked at it sympathetically. Finger marks appeared on Longma's teeth, and they almost broke off. This one is in so much pain. Longma grimaced in pain. It didn't make a sound and wanted to swallow the seed that seemed to be an immortal medicine, but it couldn't snatch it away from Yi Fan's finger and almost broke its own teeth. That is actually mine. The nine-tailed crocodile couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Yi Fan turned it around and looked at it. He felt an exuberant life force, and there really was the aura of an immortal medicine. It made him feel like he was dreaming. He didn't quite believe it. How could an evil emperor leave behind a stalk of divine medicine? It looks like a peach pit. No, to be more precise, the peach kernel within the pit. Yi Fan said to himself. Then, he carefully sensed and confirmed it. His eyes revealed a strange light. He knew what it was, and it really was related to an immortal medicine. He activated his divine force. 10,000 streaks of multicolored light entered the seed, and in that instant, the yellowish-brown seed shot out strand after strand of incomparably brilliant immortal splendor. Yi Fan felt a familiar aura, and it was similar to the immortal peach tree he saw in the jade pool. He said, the evil emperor had eaten the immortal peach medicine before. The true immortal peach medicine was in the forbidden region of life, the divine ruins. The ancient tree in the jade pool was planted from its seed. No matter how much the jade pool cared for it, using endless earth milk and divine liquid to nurture it, it still couldn't compare to the true immortal peach medicine. It only had a portion of its medicinal effects. It was because every single stalk of undying medicine was unique, impossible to duplicate, never existing together. This is the seed of the real peach of immortality. Even if the essence of the meat has been consumed by the demon emperor, the kernel left behind is still extraordinary. Longma couldn't sit still anymore. The nine-tailed crocodile also felt like it had 100 claws scratching its heart. It became even more restless and regretful. After occupying the cave for so many years, it actually missed out on a supreme treasure. Ordinary almonds and peach kernels had to be processed before they could be eaten. No one knew how to remove the harmful substances from such a heaven-defying seed. Why don't you give it a try? Yi Fan glanced at Longma and told him the stakes. Longma shook its head vigorously. What kind of joke was this? Using it to test medicine? One mistake and it might turn into dust. It was true that this seed contained the essence of immortality, but it had to be eaten to survive. This is such a dry seed. I don't like it. Why don't you let the crocodile have a taste? Longma urged. It wanted to let the nine-tailed crocodile test the medicine. You almost broke your big tooth. Don't you want to eat it? I won't fight with you. The nine-tailed crocodile had a simple and honest look on its face as it said it would give it the seed. Longma cast a sidelong glance and resisted the urge to kick it. The essence of immortality was contained in the meat juice. Compared to that, although the value of this seed was also astonishing, it wasn't that heaven-defying. Sigh, the demon emperor ate the divine medicine and left the core behind. How insincere. Longma mumbled. The ancient jade pieces were branded into its and the nine-tailed crocodile's brains, allowing them to reap great rewards. Among them, the blood transfusion secret technique was the most heaven-defying, allowing them to transform into dragons. The 9 pieces of ancient jade were the 2 sacred beasts' greatest rewards, and it would affect their future cultivation paths. Rumble. In the distance, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. It sounded like the beating of a divine drum, mixed with a yellow gale. It was extremely demonic and heaven-defying. Oh, what's going on? Longma and the 9-tailed Crocadragon rushed out of the cave together. Yi Fan also followed them out and looked into the distance. He saw many figures flying in that direction. A world-shocking magic tool has appeared. Let's go and take a look. The powerful fluctuations were extremely intense. It originated from a group of cultivators fighting thousands of miles away, and it was spreading even further. What's going on? A stone ship has fallen from outer space. Wind and thunder are raging, and many people are chasing after it. Yi Fan listened to the people's discussion and felt something was wrong. He couldn't help but look at the sky. Could it be that a great battle had happened in the starry sky? Could it be that the sacred spirit has led an army to attack? The others also revealed worried expressions. Soon, the news came. This was a stone ship in the depths of the starry sky. When it was approaching and spying on the 10th city of the human race, it was slashed down by the receiving envoy and fell on this ancient planet. These secrets made many trial takers nervous. A great battle might really be approaching, and the rumors they had heard before might become true. Is there really a sacred spirit? This is too frightening. To want to sever the human race's ancient path, its strength must have reached a shocking level. This was a type of atmosphere that made people feel uneasy, even if the trial takers who stepped on the ancient path were fearless and confident. When they thought of the sacred spirit whose cultivation realm was enough to make people despair, their expressions changed. 20,000 miles away, a sacred beast king took action and seized the magic tool from the starry sky, the stone ship. Only an incomplete corpse was left behind, and it wasn't a creature from this ancient planet. Several days later, a riot broke out in a mountain range 10,000 miles away. The ancient beasts fought a great battle, and holy might filled the air. That region flowed with blood like a river. When the human trial takers rushed over, they discovered that the ancient beasts that were originally friendly to the human race had all fallen, and a few ambitious ancient beasts that were hostile to the human race had risen up. This made people feel that something was wrong. Although there were battles between ancient beasts, it was rare to see such an intense battle. A large number of experts had died, and their blood had dyed the land red. Could it be that there are forces from the outer realms participating? Some sensitive people felt somewhat uneasy. If this was only a cloud of doubt, then what happened next could be considered a haze that shrouded the hearts of many people. In the western direction, a sacred beast king that had ruled over a region for thousands of years had fallen. This battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. This sacred beast king was definitely an expert at the top of the pyramid on this ancient planet, but it had been killed by someone. It had some friendly relations with the envoy from the 10th city. I can already feel a sense of foreboding. The sacred spirit in the depths of the starry sky is about to arrive. These are only the early shadows. An aura of panic pervaded the air. Just what kind of powerful existence had gathered in the starry sky to actually want to sever the human race's ancient path? It was fine if they didn't launch this operation, but once they did, it would definitely be earth-shattering. During these few days, all kinds of secret news spread out. It was rumored that a great sacred spirit had been born in the depths of the universe. Its blood energy could split the universe, and its gaze could shatter the sky. It was extremely powerful. The 10th city was just a battlefield. It wanted to sweep through the entire starfield. The trial takers were increasing their strength, and the envoy was also dispatched to seek help from the depths of the ancient path. At the same time, he was discussing with the sacred beast king on this life planet. However, what happened next made people feel an even more serious crisis. Some ancient beasts were mobilized and began to slaughter human trial takers. People believed that forces from the outer realms had infiltrated and joined forces with some ancient beasts. The dark clouds of a world-shaking war were getting closer and closer. Many people felt uneasy. Many cultivators had already understood that there was no hope of achieving the Tao. All they could hope for was to become a sacred king. Now that something like this had happened, some people wanted nothing more than to return to their homeland. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, and bad news came from time to time. Several days later, among the trial takers, an expert with an impressive background and astonishing cultivation who had once withstood dozens of moves from the great demonic god was killed. His blood dyed the mountain range red. Even though this person hadn't advanced an inch after that battle and had stopped here, people believed that as long as he could overcome the obstacle in his heart, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. A powerful seed had died just like that. But a saint who could compete with the great demonic god from more than 20 years ago was slaughtered just like that. Naturally, this caused a huge uproar. Many people were in danger because in these few days, many powerful trial takers had met with accidents and died unnatural deaths. This was too abnormal. Many cultivators returned to the 10th city and waited for the arrival of the storm. 4 days later, an even more shocking news came. An ancient path of the human race deep in the starry sky ancient path was attacked and destroyed. Everyone in the holy city had fallen, and even the envoy had died in battle. This was horrifying and shocked everyone. That part of the starry sky ancient path had been severed. There was no way to connect to the road ahead or the road behind. This was like a hurricane sweeping over. Everyone was in a state of panic as the dark clouds of impending war pressed down on them. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The starry sky ancient path has been severed. Can we still go on? There's most likely no road ahead. Just what kind of sacred spirit is this? Is it going to attack the entire ancient path of the human race? Many cultivators retreated to the 10th city with worried expressions, not knowing what they would face next. There were also many who didn't go back. They were worried that the 10th city would repeat the same mistake and be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. 2 days later, another piece of news whose authenticity was unknown came. It was said that another part of the starry sky ancient path had been severed and that part of the starry sky was dyed red with blood. A haze appeared in everyone's hearts. Could they still continue on this path? This was a rare occurrence since ancient times. Could it be that this batch of trial takers had no fate with the road ahead? Or could it be that the starry sky ancient path had reached its end and might be severed from now on? In this suffocating atmosphere, Yi Fan's heart was also very heavy. However, it was useless to worry. The most important thing at the moment was to increase his strength. There was no telling how many people would die in this dangerous situation. This peach seed of immortality can't be eaten. The essence of immortal divinity and the great Tao fragment contained within is naturally out of reach. However, I can refine the powerful life force within it, Yi Fan said to himself. Whether it was him, Longma, or the 9-headed crocodile dragon, they all felt that it was a pity. The immortal divinity and the great Tao fragment were the most precious parts of the celestial medicine. The life force of the peach seed of immortality was powerful enough and rarely seen in this world. Yi Fan needed opposing forces to break through. Now that he had the power of life, he naturally needed the power of death. Longma was seriously doubtful. He didn't believe in the heavenly technique he created and reminded him several times not to act recklessly. In the end, the 9-tailed crocodile dragon thought of a place that contained a majestic aura of death. It might be able to help him cultivate, so he led the way. You guys don't need to worry. With 2 opposing forces, I can break through and become stronger. Yi Fan was very confident in the Tao he created. Now that the entire ancient path was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere, he needed to increase his strength as much as possible. Chapter 1297. The Dayue slope was a strange place. The slope was not steep, it was in the shape of a half-moon, which was how it got its name. It looked desolate and barren, the terrain was vast. According to legend, this used to be the place where the ancient beasts got close to the gods. No one knew how it changed to this lifeless state. Whether it was day or night, it was always grey and foggy. The scenery was dark and gloomy. When Yi Fan and the others stepped into this area, they did not see any plants or insects. There were no living creatures, not even birds passed by this place. The Dayue slope was desolate as if no one had entered it for hundreds of thousands of years. It was silent and deserted. However, according to the nine-tailed Crocadragon, this slope was not like this in the past. Some ancient beasts told some anecdotes that the Dayue slope was once an important place in the mythological era. It was not as desolate as it was now. There was an mythological era? This made people confused. What happened to the Dayue slope that made it become such an abandoned place? White bones and rotten corpses appeared on the ground from time to time. The fog lingered. It was noon, but it looked like dusk. The yin qi in this area was heavy. Yi Fan and Longma were on guard. They were not completely at ease with the nine-tailed Crocadragon. This ferocious beast complained that it was wronged, saying that it did not have any bad intentions. After knowing the background of Yi Fan and Longma, the nine-tailed Crocadragon decided to follow them. It had already put away the messy thoughts in its mind. With the upcoming war on the ancient starry sky path, it felt that it would be safer to follow the filthy Longma and the unfathomable divine body. Whoosh! A streak of divine light flashed in the distance. Even though it was separated by mist and dense fog, it still could not escape Yi Fan's heavenly magic eyes. He had already become a saint, the doors to the treasure in his body had opened even more, his spiritual senses were even sharper. 200 miles away, there was a strong creature. It moved swiftly and turned into a beam of light, crossing the quiet land. Didn't you say that there are no living creatures in this area? Longma was suspicious. He was afraid that the Crocadragon had set a trap for them. The nine-tailed Crocadragon was also very puzzled. It explained seriously and led the way in front to find out what was going on. The mist in front of them was even thicker. It was as if they were shrouded by leaden clouds. There were many bones on the ground, but they had long since decayed. When one stepped on them, they would make a ka sound as they instantly rotted. It's a stone wolf. Yi Fan's heart sank and a strange expression appeared on his face. Currently, the 10th city and this ancient planet were filled with tension and panic as the sacred spirit was about to attack. Now, they actually saw a stone wolf. This was definitely not a good sign. Holy spirits were nurtured by the heavens and blessed by the heavens. They were extremely powerful the moment they were born. However, things like fate were hard to predict. The more the heavens favored them, the more they were prone to accidents. This stone wolf's fate was full of misfortune. It didn't have a human body, and its wolf body was also very flawed. An accident had happened during the process of incubation, and it was far from the consummate level. It only had 3 legs, and there was a terrifying crack on its head. Perhaps it had come to this world hundreds of thousands of years in advance. Even so, the blood and qi in its body were monstrous. It contained a vast amount of sacred blood and qi that could sweep out like a tsunami at any time. The saint realm is very difficult to deal with. Longma revealed a solemn expression. No one was willing to go against a sacred spirit. This kind of thing was naturally powerful and had mastered many nature-defying laws. In a battle of the same level, it could almost sweep away all its opponents as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. After advancing for more than 800 miles, they gradually approached the depths of the Great Moon Slope. The grey mist had thinned a little, and some of the scenery on the barren horizon could be seen. An ancient castle. There's an ancient castle. The 9 Crocadragons' expressions changed drastically, and they could not help but exclaim. It was a magnificent ancient castle that looked like the residence of a demon god. It was engraved with the traces of time, and emitted a majestic and dignified aura as it sat on the ground. Didn't you say that there are no living beings in the Great Moon Slope? Longma doubted it again. According to what I know, there are no living beings in the Great Moon Slope. However, it's obvious that something strange has happened. I've thought of some legends. The 9-tailed Crocadragon's expression was uncertain. Legends? Don't tell me it's something related to the Age of Legends. Longma looked askance at it. That's right, it's related to this. The 9 Crocadragons revealed a solemn expression. Then tell me about it. Yi Fan gestured for it to tell the truth. The Great Moon Slope was a strange place. It contained the oldest secrets of this ancient planet, so there should be many secrets. According to the legends, every 100,000 years, when a crack appears in the graveyard of deities and ghosts, it will be accompanied by the appearance of a magnificent ancient castle and other unusual sights. The nine-tailed crocodragon told them some of the anecdotes it knew. This was an abandoned land with a very ancient history. It was usually exceptionally quiet, and there was nothing but grey mist and dead silence. Strange sights would only appear in special eras, and all kinds of ancient ruins would appear. Since there were rumors that this place had a glorious past in the Age of Legends, it wasn't hard to associate this place with the past. This place buried everything from the Age of Legends before the Age of Legend. Some people believed that there were terrifying things in the graveyard of deities and ghosts. There were unknown secrets and it wasn't over yet. If someone entered, they might be able to obtain some ancient weapons. It might even be a great fortune. A dust-covered ancient land. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought of many things. In the depths of the universe, there was a Holy Spirit general leading a magnificent army to attack the ancient road of humanity. 2 holy cities had already been destroyed and the ancient road had been severed. There was no such thing as a war without a reason. If it wasn't because of hatred, then it was because of benefits. They wanted to plot some world-defying things. Now that he saw a stone wolf scouting the way here, Yi Fan had reason to believe that things were getting more and more complicated. The Holy Spirit's goal in attacking the ancient road of humanity wasn't small. The Age of Legends was long, and there were many abandoned lands. This place was one of the Holy Spirit's targets, but not the only one. It could be assumed that on the ancient road, such places wouldn't be too few. What is the Holy Spirit looking for? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The 9 crocodiles had seen many things. Because this ancient planet's inheritance was extraordinary, it had always been suitable for cultivation and had never declined. It had heard many secrets from its predecessors. I've heard that in the Age of Legends before the Archaic Age, there was an ancient technique that could allow imperfect Holy Spirits to achieve perfection through hard work. That was an era where they could approach deities. Could it be that the Holy Spirit that appeared in the depths of the universe was searching for such things? This made people vigilant and uneasy. This is an ancient road that belongs to the human race. I believe that the human race's strength isn't that weak. There should have been people who had seen through the Holy Spirit's goal. But now, we can't care so much. It's more important for us to work hard and increase our strength. They were whispering to each other while moving stealthily and soundlessly, arriving at the depths of the Great Moon Slope. The ancient castle was enormous and boundlessly grand. It was faintly discernible as waves of demonic roars transmitted from it. It was exceptionally terrifying. However, when they approached it several times, the ancient castle became dim and unstable. It turned into an illusory image and couldn't be entered. In front of them, the stone wolf was the same. It tried many times to no avail and had already arrived at the center of the slope. There's a huge door there. The ancient castle and the others had disappeared. A huge stone door was closed and towered on the ground. It was several hundred jong in height as if it was specially built for demonic gods. There were no buildings behind the door. It was connected to the void as if it could be used to enter another world. I understand now. Both the ancient castle and this pair of huge doors are entrances. We can enter the graveyard of deities and ghosts through them. The 9-tailed crocodiles came to a realization. Look, there's a formation over there. There's a holy beast receiving it, Longma said. In front of the huge door, layers of Dao patterns were densely covered. Specks of flowing light flickered like a clear and crystalline lake that was connected to the huge door. That was a wild fox that was currently protecting this formation. Its expression was focused. In front of it was a stone altar with a resplendent golden divine egg on it. Tyrant Dragon's child. Yi Fan and the others' expressions changed. They immediately knew the origins of this golden dragon egg. A wild fox was protecting a stone altar with a golden divine egg placed on it. When facing this pair of enormous stone doors, it seemed incomparably strange. This wild fox was extremely powerful, a holy beast. Its blood energy was restrained, but that type of terrifying aura could still be sensed by others. In this desolate land, There was no need for it to hide its cultivation. When the stone wolf arrived, the wild fox immediately welcomed it. It muttered softly, transmitting sound through divine senses as if they were communicating about something. It was clear that the descendant of the Tuolan sacred beast king and the great sage-level tyrant dragon was here. This was the result of the ancient stars experts colluding with the outer realm's holy spirit powers. Stealing it would be of great use. This egg is not simple, even the eggshell has strands of divine patterns. Those are clearly the imprints of the great sage. Longma was shocked. Even if it was a holy beast, their descendants would be different from the masses, extremely powerful, but it was impossible for there to be these types of divine patterns in the egg. Only during the process of growth would they gradually transform into holy beasts. The 9 crocodiles said with trembling voices, several years ago, the ruler of this ancient star, that great sage-level tyrant dragon monarch passed away. It was rumored that before his death, he displayed a heaven-defying divine ability, passing down his life's Tao fruit to help his descendants. Too heaven-defying. Once this divine egg hatches into a tyrant dragon, its future accomplishments will be unfathomable, Longma said with a sigh. Using a great sage's entire life's Tao as a gift, this was definitely heaven-defying. I fear that it is precisely because of this that this divine egg was plundered and transported here, Yifan said. The wild fox chanted an incantation. The stone altar shone, and the golden divine egg immediately shone with immortal splendor. It was resplendent and dazzling, and golden divine multicolored light overflowed like water ripples. Layer upon layer of Tao patterns interweaved, and the entire formation was activated. It connected to that huge stone door, and waves of rumbling sounds rang out. The stone door that was connected to the graveyard of gods and spirits was trembling violently, emitting waves of grinding sounds. A huge force was circulating, causing it to slowly move, and a gap appeared. They want to open the graveyard of the era of legends. Yifan's expression changed. This was definitely a terrifying abandoned land. He occupied an advantageous position and signaled Longma and the 9-tailed crocodiles to spread out, preparing to block the stone wolf and the wild fox's path of retreat. Chapter 1298. At the center of the great moon slope, the terrain was spacious. There was no slope, and the mist was very thin. A pair of enormous stone gates released ka sounds and were currently slowly moving. A crack appeared, and an astonishing wisp of smoke rushed out. The white mist was like an immortal mist. It was hazy and ethereal as it flowed out from the crack of the stone door. This was a strange scene. Nearby, layers of Tao patterns were sparkling. The golden Tyrannosaurus egg on the stone altar was dazzling, and the stone door was indescribably frightening. A wild fox faced the misty stone door and offered sacrifice in front of the stone altar. A stone wolf was also very uneasy. It growled in a low voice and paced back and forth, guarding the side. The graveyard of deities and ghost. Behind the stone door was the abandoned land, which belonged to the ancient mythological era. After such a long time, no one knew what kind of historical site it had become. The stone wolf and the wild fox were very nervous and anxiously waited. Behind the huge stone door, wisps of white mist appeared. There were no other changes, so no one could figure out what was going on. The stone wolf let out a low growl, and its whole body burst out with blood energy. It stepped over the sparkling Tao patterns and arrived in front of the stone door. It stretched out a claw and pushed the door. Rumble. Like a moving mountain, the stone door slowly opened, and a thick crack appeared. It was enough for 3 horses to pass through side by side. But it was still far from being completely open. The wild fox approached and exchanged a glance with the stone wolf. They were covered in a holy radiance and emitted a powerful aura. They disappeared into the door in a flash. They went in. What do we do? The 9-tailed crocodragon couldn't help but want to rush in. After such a long time, the old land of the mythological era had reappeared in the world. Any cultivator would want to go in and see what was going on. If there was an ancient artifact left behind, it would definitely be shocking. Let's wait for a while. I think they are just exploring and don't dare to go in, Yifan said. Howl. Suddenly, the wolf howled and the fox howled. Holy radiance rushed out as if something terrible had happened inside. The two great sage beasts roared and fought fiercely against something. It can't be. After so many years, the mythological era has long been covered in dust. There are still living beings inside. Longma opened his eyes wide in shock. All of this was inconceivable, not to mention that wild fox. Just that stone wolf alone was definitely a terrifying existence. It rarely had an opponent among saints, and ordinary ancient saints could only die against it. This was because it was nurtured by the heavens and the earth. A moment later, the stone wolf scuttled out. It was almost cut in half at the waist, and its head was chopped in half. Its injuries were extremely serious. Even though it had a stone body, blood was produced within its body. Holy splendor illuminated everything. Blood dripped everywhere, the scene too horrible to endure. Following that, the wild fox escaped. Dozens of bloody scars appeared on its body, and every single one of them severed its vital points. The holy beast's body was almost torn into pieces, and holy blood flowed everywhere. The two powerful ancient beasts were extremely tired. They exhausted large amounts of essence blood, their bodies contorting as they walked out, staggering about. Inextinguishable battle intent. This burial ground of the mythological era definitely has something that my lord needs. The stone wolf growled. Its entire body was surging with holy blood, healing its wounded body. Buzz. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. A crocodile dragon covered in golden light smashed down like a golden mountain, shattering the vacuum and killing the stone wolf. Pa. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon's mountainous golden claws were in intense pain and almost broke off. It was an ancient species, and since its birth, it had never suffered such a great loss. Yet now, a stone wolf almost tore off one of its arms. This left it astonished. The bloodline of the outer realm's holy spirits were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As expected, every single one of them was an exceptional expert. Roar. The stone wolf roared loudly. Its aura devoured mountains and rivers, and the heavens directly exploded. Blood energy pierced through the sun, and the heavens split apart inch by inch. Under its powerful holy might, there was simply nothing that could contend against it. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon was shaken. Its 9 golden dragon tails swung about, turning into exceptional immortal swords. Zheng sounds rang out, and chaotic energy curled about as it hacked down. Peng, peng. The 9 golden giant tails were as long as mountain ridges, and each of them exceptionally sharp. However, during the collision between the wolf's claws, they almost broke apart, and blood dripped out. The 9-tailed crocodile dragon roared in pain, and it was forced back again and again. It actually couldn't stop this stone creature. The difference was too great. Creatures nurtured by heaven and earth are indeed powerful. Hurry up and help me. It wasn't that the 9-tailed crocodile dragon wasn't powerful enough. In reality, it was a top-notch expert among the holy beasts. The main reason was that this stone wolf that came from the depths of the cosmos was too domineering and invincible. This stone wolf's realm was a bit higher than the 9-tailed crocodile dragon's, and it held the absolute advantage. Moreover, even if the two were in the same realm, the 9-tailed crocodile dragon had thin dragon blood flowing within its body. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious. This was the terror of the Holy Spirit. This kind of creature was rarely seen in the birthstone since ancient times, but as long as one appeared, it would definitely be an exceptional expert. Fart. On the other side, Longma attacked the wild fox and succeeded as soon as it came up. Its hooves broke the wild fox's ribs, and then it unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. However, Longma wasn't able to quickly win this battle. The wild fox's cultivation was profound, and it was a crafty ancient beast that had the potential to become a holy beast king. It fought with its wounded body, and all kinds of mutant techniques emerged in an endless stream. Yi Fan moved. He took a step forward, and heaven and earth shook as he charged toward the stone wolf. The outer realm stone wolf was immediately shocked. It was almost about to kill the 9-tailed crocodile dragon, but as soon as this figure appeared, it shattered its stone claws with a punch. What race was this humanoid creature? It didn't quite believe that this was a human. One had to know that the body of the Holy Spirit lineage was even inferior to the demon race with the noblest bloodline. Rumble. The imposing figure on the other side threw a second punch, and the brilliance was boundless. The whole world was pulsing with his footsteps and rumbling with his fists. That thick black hair and those cold eyes made the stone wolf's heart tremble. It braced itself to resist, and it displayed all kinds of laws to carry out a fatal attack. Crack. However, in the following confrontation, it discovered that this person was too terrifying. Cracks appeared on its stone claws under that pair of tyrannical fists, and its whole body was covered in blood. It was on the verge of disintegration. Seeing this, the nine-tailed crocodile felt reverence for Yi Fan. It didn't say much and directly turned to help Longma. The two great sage beasts ambushed the 1,000-year-old wild fox together. "Who are you?" the stone wolf asked coldly. "Tell me your purpose. When are you going to attack the human race's 10th city?" Yi Fan didn't answer, but instead asked it coldly. The stone wolf's expression changed. It displayed all kinds of ancient techniques and activated the laws. A divine moon appeared, enveloping it within, and its battle strength instantly increased several times. The heavenly wolf howled at the moon. It was dazzling, and its blood energy split the sky. It was incomparably tyrannical. Unfortunately, it encountered Yi Fan. A large hand reached down and turned into a cage. Primal chaos energy appeared on it, and origin magnetic immortal light flickered. It was incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan grabbed it, and forcibly shattered its protective divine moon. At the same time, he wanted to refine its body. Roar, the stone wolf howled and spat out a ray of immortal light. That was its most fundamental life essence. It shook off the large hand and escaped. Peng. However, what awaited it was a heavy blow. It still couldn't escape. Yi Fan chased after it like a demonic god. A fist smashed out, and wind and thunder shattered the dome of the heavens. The stone wolf howled and continuously resisted. After over 100 collisions, it was beaten into pieces. Its entire body was covered in blood, and its primordial spirit wanted to escape. However, a large hand covered it. "Don't even think about getting anything," it roared. Within a resplendent radiance, its primordial spirit turned into ashes, ending its own life. Longma and the nine-tailed crocodile also obtained results, subduing the wild fox that had cultivated for thousands of years. This holy beast wasn't as unyielding as the stone wolf. It didn't explode immediately, and some useful information was obtained. Unfortunately, it didn't come from outer space, so it didn't know when the holy spirits would attack. It only knew that this legendary burial ground might have something the Holy Spirit race needed. It stole the tyrant egg and cooperated with the stone wolf, laying down Tao patterns here. It also wanted to enter the graveyard of gods and ghosts to find the heaven-defying ancient artifact. In the end, the wild fox was devoured by the nine-tailed crocodile, becoming its food and nourishment for cultivation. The Holy Spirit race is too terrifying. That was just a wolf with a broken body, and it was heavily injured, but it almost killed me. The nine-tailed crocodile sighed. Its cultivation was profound, and it was hard to find an opponent in the same realm for so many years. It was famous among the holy beasts, but today, it was almost torn apart by the stone wolf, which made it feel a sense of defeat. Yi Fan said, "You have to understand that it was a holy spirit, known as the most terrifying creature. It was born from the heaven and earth, so it wouldn't be surprising for anyone to lose to it. Moreover, its realm is higher than yours. This wild fox has the potential to become a saint king, and its realm is higher than ours, but it was still killed by us. This is the embodiment of your true potential," Longma said. Yi Fan let them follow behind. He had the myriad chi cauldron on his head, and he was on high alert as he walked in through the gap of the thick stone door. White mist curled up like a piece of celestial land. No murderous intent could be felt, and no terrifying creatures could be seen. Behind the stone door, the graveyard of deities and ghosts was shrouded in white mist, and it looked very peaceful. First, they saw a huge boulder with a sword mark on it. It was left behind since ancient times. Countless years had passed, the divine mountain had been obliterated, and the sea had dried up, but it still existed. The stone wolf and the wild fox were injured here, coming into contact with the sword mark, and were almost hacked to death. One had to know that those were two powerful holy beasts, yet they couldn't fight back at all. This was a terrifying sword mark left behind by a supreme master. Time washed away everything, and the sword aura and celestial power no longer existed. What was left was an undying will to fight. Longma and the others understood the terror of the sword mark from the wild fox's consciousness. Otherwise, they would most likely be crushed by the peerless sword will if they barged in recklessly. Yi Fan watched silently for 2 hours, and felt a domineering and fierce killing intent. It was like an attack from a celestial phoenix. After a moment, he continued forward without delay. This wasn't his Tao, and it wasn't suitable for humans to cultivate. Meanwhile, Longma and the nine-tailed Crocadragon stood here for a day and night, comprehending the undying sword intent. Their bodies and minds trembled, as if they were listening to the demonic race Great Emperor explain the unmatched scriptures. Yi Fan walked through the graveyard of deities and ghosts, dispersing the white mist as he walked forward step by step. Soon after, his mind was shaken, and what he saw was shocking. There were corpses on the ground, dripping with blood. The battle seemed to have just ended. In just a few li, he already saw the corpses of over 10 ancient saints. Some belonged to the demonic race, some belonged to the human race, and there were even damaged stone sacred spirits. When Yi Fan walked over, the scarlet bloodstains and corpses that exuded holy might all turned into ashes, turning into dust under his footsteps. This was an abandoned land that belonged to the ancient times. So many years had passed, with millions of years as the unit of measurement. No matter what it was, it had all been erased, not even the immortal saint bones. Yi Fan broke through the mist, and after walking for over 10 li, he saw a surging black river. It was very majestic, but it was silent as it rushed over from the depths of the graveyard of deities and ghosts. Underworld river. Yi Fan was shocked. This was underworld water, rumored to originate from the underworld. It was rarely seen in the world, but it had actually turned into a great river here. He came to the shore and felt the waves of coldness from the black river water. If he didn't have a saint physique, the underworld water would definitely corrode his flesh. Moments later, Yi Fan's mind was shaken. There were corpses flowing down the underworld river from time to time. Although they had long since rotted, they still had human forms and were far from turning into ashes. These floating corpses are all saints. So many years have passed since the ancient times, yet they still exist in this world. What kind of place is at the end of the underworld river? Yi Fan followed the river. Chapter 1299. The surroundings were deathly silent. White mist lingered in the air, seemingly out of place in this land of death. Yi Fan followed the black styx and occasionally saw 1 or 2 corpses floating down. Of course, not all of them were ancient saints. Even in the legendary era, there weren't that many powerful cultivators. The aura of death assaulted his senses, making him feel as if he had entered the netherworld. Yi Fan walked for hundreds of miles and reached the end. This was an ice mountain. The cold air assaulted him, melting continuously and converging into a styx that flowed downstream. Within the snow-white ice mountain, there were many frozen corpses. They wore ancient clothing and belonged to various races. They died in different ways, appearing sinister and sinister. This was a pile of corpses that had been frozen by someone, forming such a terrifying demonic land. To be more precise, this should be a battlefield from the legendary era. During the battle, it was suddenly frozen and turned into the endless ice mountains of today. Who did this? It seems like an Emperor Path expert used a forbidden secret technique to freeze 3,000 worlds in an instant, killing many cultivators on the battlefield, including Saint. Yi Fan said softly. He felt a chill in his heart. What kind of powerful character was this? A peerless existence from the legendary era who could cover the sky with one hand made people tremble. Something wasn't right. The styx was black and filled with the aura of death. Although this ice mountain had sealed numerous cultivators, it was pure white and translucent. Yi Fan rose into the air and arrived above the ice mountain. Looking down, he finally saw the true cause. The source of the styx was surrounded by ice mountains. It was pitch black at the center, and it was actually a deep pond. It was bottomless and as black as ink. Waves of black water vapor rose, and occasionally, corpses would surge up. There was a terrifying power pervading the pond. It was like the source of destruction and was filled with a powerful aura of death. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron on his head. After retreating far enough, he used his fingers like a sword and slashed forward. Kai! A golden sword ray shattered the sky. Just the ripples alone caused some of the ice mountains around the pond to collapse. The sword ray slashed into the pond. Rumble. Rumbling sounds rang through the air. Violent fluctuations surged and streak after streak of cymbals surged. The deep pool was like an underworld emperor's palace. Death energy overflowed into the heavens. The waves of ink tumbled backwards, and in the instant that massive amounts of water splashed about, the deep pool was evaporated. It was also in this instant that Yi Fan saw a well. It was definitely dug out by someone, and it was located at the bottom of the deep pool. There was a demonic well in the pool. On the edge of the well were streaks of ancient Tao traces, vaguely as if there was an old Daoist chanting sutras there, but they disappeared in a flash, disappearing again. There were only ancient symbols left, sealing something. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and looked around. Corpses were densely packed in the vast iceberg. He didn't know how many people had died in this battle, but they were probably all trying to get close to the well. What exactly was sealed inside? In the mythological era, so many people fought for it. Just thinking about it made people tremble. Endless years had passed. Had the things inside been obliterated? Nothing could stop time. He didn't know if the existence of the demonic well was still meaningful. Yi Fan explored and encountered terrifying fluctuations. Wisps of black gas seeped out from the ancient well. The power of the seal was still there. Although it was extremely weak compared to the primordial era, it still couldn't be opened. Yi Fan could only retreat. He then tried to break the solid ice and search. The corpses inside instantly turned to ash after coming into contact with the air. Only by falling into the underworld river could they maintain their rotting bodies. As for the weapons from the primordial era, they had long been broken. Not a single one could survive. The entire iceberg, the demonic well, and the underworld river were filled with the power of death. This was the place that Yi Fan needed to cultivate. He waited for Longma and the nine-tailed Crocadragon for a day and a night. When they arrived, he began to cultivate in seclusion. As expected of the graveyard of gods and ghosts. How terrifying. Longma's heart was pounding. The nine-tailed Crocadragon was also almost petrified. There was no lack of supreme experts in the iceberg, and some were definitely far stronger than them. However, all of them had fallen here. Could it be that an ancient emperor had taken action? All the saints couldn't escape this calamity. They all turned into corpses in an instant. The aura of death pervaded the air. All the icebergs were melting. Corpses were revealed, including the powerful saints. All of them rushed into the underworld river. Wisps of the power of death pervaded the air. They flew up from the ancient corpses of the era of legends and condensed towards Yi Fan. Although too much had been eroded by the passage of time, there were so many corpses and so many supreme experts of the past. When their aura of death condensed together, it was still world-shaking. Longma and the nine-tailed Crocadragon grinned. They flew away in fear of being sucked in. With so much power of death, it was enough to corrode people into a pool of dirty blood. Even saints had to retreat. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in front of the underworld pool without moving. His entire body was enveloped by the aura of death. Wisp after wisp entered his sea of reincarnation. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart as sounds of wind and thunder rang out. It could be said that he was drifting on the edge of death. The slightest mistake could consign him to eternal damnation. The wheel of life and the sea of bitterness represented life and death. Once the balance was broken, even the great ancient emperors wouldn't be able to save him. Yi Fan's primordial spirit was immersed in the sea of reincarnation. He was comprehending the mysteries of life and death. He danced with death as he paced back and forth in front of the gates of hell. The sea of reincarnation absorbed the power of death. Black mist continuously surged in, causing the golden sea of bitterness to turn black. It was as if a vast ocean was roaring angrily. At the same time, a precious medicine floated up and down. It was the seed of the peach of immortality, divine medicine. It turned from a dull and lusterless state to a flickering radiance as it appeared in the sea of reincarnation. Yi Fan absorbed the power of death into the sea of bitterness and gathered the life force of the immortal medicine seed into the wheel of life. The two became increasingly vast as they surged and collided violently. The power of life and the power of death intertwined and formed a Taiji diagram. It constantly evolved and became more and more condensed. It was as if a supreme treasure was being nurtured and taking form. Is he crazy? Can he still survive after absorbing so much power of death? In the end, even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled, the nine-tailed Crocadragon exclaimed in shock. The so-called good fortune is sought in danger. If one doesn't pay the price and take risks, how can they quickly obtain what they need? Longma said with a serious expression. Absorbing the power of life, I can understand that, but what is the use of absorbing the power of death? It harms the flesh. The nine-tailed Crocadragon swallowed with difficulty. It wasn't only him, even Longma found it hard to understand. There was a type of worry in his heart, feeling that Yi Fan's demonic art was too domineering when cultivated. No more, no less. For 9 whole days, Yi Fan absorbed the seed's life force and large amounts of death energy into the sea of reincarnation. He didn't move at all, his stomach rumbling. Ancient characters appeared one after another around his body, releasing divine splendor. Sutras sounded, shaking heaven and earth. In his stomach, a Taiji diagram was taking form. However, it also showed signs of collapsing. The power of life and death were clashing. The yin fish and yang fish might scatter at any time, merging together. Once that time came, it would be useless even if the ancient emperor came. Yi Fan's body and spirit would inevitably be destroyed, turning himself into ashes. During this process, the Taiji diagram definitely couldn't be destroyed. Once it did, it would engulf his body and mind. He would become the source of destruction, completely exploding. The yin fish and yang fish intertwined, extremely unstable. They were trembling slightly, actually really about to explode. Meanwhile, at this time, tremendous life essence energy and death energy intertwined, terrifying to the heavens. An expanse of symbols and ancient characters appeared in Yi Fan's abdomen. The scriptures he established circulated on their own, appearing in this world. Not good, he is going to explode. His body and spirit will be destroyed. The nine-tailed Crocadragon said, continuously backing up. Longma's expression also changed miserably, sensing Yi Fan's danger. No one could help him right now, going up might only worsen his destruction. Right now, a wave of immortal splendor pervaded Yi Fan's face. A wave of black mist appeared, life and death alternating. Honglong. Within the sea of reincarnation, the yin and yang power lost their balance, on the verge of breaking apart, producing a type of terrifying crisis. Light erupted endlessly, seeping out from his body, rushing into the heavens. Yi Fan sighed softly inside. He was impatient for success, too ahead of his time. When others cultivated into the saint realm, which one of them didn't waste time and grind away? There weren't many who dared to be so tyrannical, directly seeking success. A single mistake in the saint realm would cause one to step into the abyss, eternally unable to live. Not even the greatest heroes dared to be impatient in this realm. However, under this type of great background, regardless of whether it was the starry ancient path or the path of immortalization, there were tremendous dangers. He couldn't jump out of either one, so he could only strengthen himself as quickly as possible. The extreme, the pinnacle of all things in the universe. The past self, Tao self, and true self chanted scriptures together. He was forced into desperate straits. He didn't give up, because he left himself some leeway. Even when all things were destroyed, there would still be a strand of life force, let alone everything he was leading. The Sea of Reincarnation was viewed by Yi Fan as the place where all things in the human body were born. At this time, heaven and earth were being split apart, primal chaos chi was hazy, life and death opposed each other, about to collide and collapse. However, At the last moment, a primal chaos green lotus appeared in the sea of reincarnation, swimming like a true dragon, separating the power of life and the sea of death. This was the green lotus in Yifan's sea of reincarnation, an extra stalk compared to others. At this time, it continuously swam, turning into a dragon-shaped curve. Honglong. In the world of creation, primal chaos chi pervaded the air, Yifan's sea of reincarnation stabilized. The primal chaos green lotus turned into a yin-yang dividing line, separating the yin fish and the yang fish. It became the most crucial line in the Taiji immortal diagram, separating life and death. At this moment, Yifan opened his eyes. He knew that he had succeeded, he was about to break through. At this time, his entire body was overflowing with brilliant colors, his skin glowing brilliantly, every inch of his flesh incomparably brilliant. Success! Nine-tailed Crocadragon cried out in surprise. Don't tell me you're going to transcend the tribulation. Longma was also astonished. Ordinary people had to lay down a stable foundation in the Saint realm, few dared to advance rashly. However, Yifan relied on such a strong accumulation to break through between life and death, and actually succeeded. I want to disperse the power from just now, I need to change places to transcend the tribulation, Yifan said. Didn't you already refine the power of life and the power of death? Longma and Nine-tailed Crocadragon were astonished and puzzled. I need opposing powers to break through, but I don't need to fuse and incorporate them. The Tao I cultivate only needs my own power, I only need to open the treasures in my body, open the divine gates in my body. Now, what Yifan wanted to cultivate was only his own power. Longma's eyes immediately burned with passion, and he said, then won't the power of life you emit help others achieve their goals? Yifan nodded, and said, there will be endless power of life released. If the power of death contained is released, won't it become a great killing weapon? Nine-tailed Crocadragon thought of the majestic aura of death. Suddenly, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from afar, and a group of powerful creatures quickly came over. Who is it that got here first and stole Master's ancient artifact? A loud roar was heard, and someone from the sacred spirit lineage from the outer realms had arrived. Not good, a great battle has broken out. The human race's 10th city and this ancient planet have probably become a terrifying battlefield. Let's charge out. The worst situation might have already happened. The supreme sacred spirit had led a great army from the depths of the universe.